Hello, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. We're back. It's time for more Dawntrail, sort of. First, it's time for the Pictomancer questline. I am level 90 Pictomancer now. I had to stand up and change the radio before stream. I forgot to. This song is just weirdly quiet, I think, but I'll double check to see if my volume is normal. This is the same volume that the game always has, actually. Maybe that song is just weirdly quiet. But yeah. I guess maybe I can turn up the music some. We'll see how that works out. Time for the Pictomancer quests. Also featuring a new Pictomancer glamour that I made. Because the Magitech brush was silly. Or kind of cool. Hey, do you have anything new? Probably not. Yeah, I didn't think so. So the Pictomancer questlines continue in Gridania somewhere. And by somewhere, I mean I know where it is because it's on the map. So I guess I'll just go over there. This means it's going to be time for me to do silly Moogle voice right away. Hello, welcome. I turned the music up a little bit. So let me know how the audio balances as we go along, I suppose. Perspectives in Pursuit.
Ah, I see you've been diligent in your training, Sucro. You look more confident with that magic brush on your back and exude the aura of a proficient Pictomancer, Kupo.
I think this is close to the voice that I was doing. Questioning head tilt.
I can readily tell these things, for I once traveled with a pair of Pictomancers after all. Your soul crystal used to belong to one of them, in fact. His name was... John... His name was very French. Jean Cadillac, probably. And he was an exemplar of our art. Jean Cadillac. The other was Jean Cadillac's apprentice, a girl named Beruru. Despite having seen only 16 summers, she's already an accomplished Pictomancer. And she's a friend of mine who's missing, Kupo. Well, that sounds worrying. Well, she's missing in the sense that I don't know where she is, but I don't fear for her safety. With her abilities, she can more than fend for herself. But it was hard for Beruru when John Cadillac passed away. He was as a grandfather to her. Even now, she must be feeling so terribly alone. That's why I went to find her and make amends. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to learn anything about where she might have gone. But I won't give up. In hopes of picking up Beruru's trail, we'll retrace my journeys with her and aid those in need along the way.
Beruru is also a little bit difficult to say. Like, I know how to say it, it's just the Ruru isn't the easiest thing to pronounce.
I'm glad you like the plan. Now you want to bundle up extra warm because our first stop will be in Kurthus. Camp Dragonhead to be precise, shall we?
Here's an interesting thing about Pictomancer. You know how Viper saves its state? Like the mostly pointless state of the blades in between like everything, including area transitions and all that. Well, in contrast to that, Pictomancer does not save the state of its palette. The palette gets removed when you change areas. Just a slight oddity in the game. Also, I'm realizing the chat cover covers the palette a little bit, but you probably get the idea anyway. Kupopo's not doing so well.
Oh, gods, but it's cold, Kupo. Just like when I visited with Junketalak and Beruru. Beruru had never seen snow before, and she was the picture of glee. She rolled up a snowball and threw it at me with all her might. Then she threw another and another, and soon I found myself in...
Dire straits. Oh, I am in dire straits, says somebody.
Yes, just so. I found myself buried in dire straits. Wait a moment. What are you doing here, Mr. Hearer?
Well now, what a curious coincidence that we should cross paths here. Return of Endwalker comedy music. We're getting all of the comedy music. I have come to the camp as an emissary for Gridania. Alas, my Ishgardian counterpart with whom I was to meet was wounded during a training exercise prior to my arrival. I tended to him as best I could, but I'm afraid the outlook is grim.
Oh dear, are his injuries that grave?
Well, the injury itself wasn't life-threatening. The resulting wound is soured. A poison courses through his body, against which my magics are ineffective. Now he burns from a terrible fever. Just this moment I recalled a treatment that would purge his impurity, but it requires the horn of a rare heart beast. I have no skill in hunting.
That sounds like a job for our promising Pictomancer. Sucro here can find this hearted beast and take it down with a few swift brushstrokes.
Nod. You would aid me again? Your kindness knows no bounds.
Leave it to me.
It would be prudent to question the garrison about the hartebeest. The creatures are rare, but the knights may have sighted one during their patrols. Nod.
Perfect. We'll have that horn ready in no time.
So the funniest thing about this brush in particular is probably the palette, which has unnecessary steampunk dials on it. It could be measuring like paint levels. But there's also an unnecessary steampunk dial in the brush, which could be pressure? I don't know. It is a mystery. Ah, Sucro, you are ever welcome here. Is there aught you require? I see. Yours is an elusive quarry indeed. As it happens, though, a comrade of mine chanced upon a hartebeest by the Steel Vigil only yesterday. With luck, it will still be near. Yeah, some sort of airbrush situation. So, I have less ideas about how to play Pictomancer than I do about how to play Viper. I know a little bit about it. At least. You cast your gaze across the snowy hillside, but observe nothing of note. So we'll see how this all goes. I mean, I'm sure the job quest will be fine. Nothing of note. Hello, welcome. The cat is painting today. We spy a horned silhouette by the entrance to the Weeping Saint. A hartebeest, perhaps? Wow. How did you see that, Sucro? You like look you look directly. Wait, no, I'm facing the wrong way. Okay, that's even more of a question. You look directly through several layers of stone. And this far in a blizzard. Must be some good glasses, I guess. So, Pictomancer. I think... Okay, hold on. I think the tilt... The tilt of this mount in particular is maybe a bit much in the air. There are other mounts that tilt less. Like, for example, this other bike, I think. Like, this tilts a little bit, but it looks way more reasonable when it tilts. So, tilting is variable per vehicle. Anyway, Pictomancer. I only sort of know how to play as Pictomancer. But I will do this. I did it. I've heard Pictomancer is very powerful. I've also heard some people felt like Viper was weak. Or like Viper was really consistent damage that evened out over time. Or something like that. Yeah. I turned the music volume up a little bit. So there might be some music that's jump scare, I don't know.
Helping others on one's travels. This, my friend, is the essence of Pictomancy.
You're returned. Please tell me you've obtained a hartebeest horn. Indeed. Yes, this is the horn. I cannot thank you enough. I shall use it to prepare an infusion for the ailing knight at once.
No sooner did you arrive here than you helped a soul in need. Well done, Sucro. I hadn't expected to aid the same person twice, but the road is full of surprises, and a Pictomancer prospers from every experience.
As you yourself said, the journey is of paramount importance. Or why the strong emphasis on helping others?
Just like you said, the journey is important. It sure is, Kupo. A journey to new places is a feast for the imagination, and a well-fed imagination produces more vivid pictures. If you want to grow as a Pictomancer, you can't simply stay in one place. You must go forth and see what's out there. By the way, you've been to Ishgard before, yes? Looking back on your first visit, what emotions and sensations have remained with you most strongly?
The warmth amidst the bitter cold, the sorrow of those in an unending war, or the grief of losing a dear friend. Haurchefant jump scare. Haurchefant mentioned. Well, when we first got there, everything kind of went to heck. Nothing was going too well for anyone.
Yours was an arduous journey indeed, Kupo. I can scarcely imagine just how difficult your trials must have been.
That would be true, yeah. I think you could do this before you completed Realm Reborn. Unless they lock you at this quest. But, yeah. Because the only other times job quests have locked me out of them is when they've needed to go somewhere I hadn't been yet. So you should be able to do this before Heaven's Written, that's true.
But it's because you've seen the horrors of war, I think, that you understand the plight of the powerless, who always suffer the most. Thank you for sharing this with me, Sucro. To hear what's important to you, it inspires me to be hopeful, Kupo. Now, as I did back in Britannia, I'll make inquiries here about my friend Biruru. Until it's time for us to move on, I bid you keep up your training.
Nod. Yeah, it's pretty likely there's different dialogue for this, I would say. The Crate Beyond. I see.
Oh, the maddened glint in your eyes, the abysmal posture of one who's produced too many works in far too little time. I can tell you've been training hard, Kupo.
Direct targeted shot at any artists playing the video game right here.
Your aura, too, has burgeoned since we last spoke, lending you the mysterious mien of an artist undergoing a wild and wonderful evolution.
Posture check. Sucro, posture check, please. Shrug.
You think I'm making this up, do you? That I'm stringing together vaguely relevant affirming words? Oh, ye of little faith.
Thank the matron.
Exactly, Kupo. We should thank the matron for... Wait. All the best to Nofika and her bounties, but why are we thanking her?
I was hoping it was the same guy, and it's the same guy. I thank the matron we may speak before you depart, of course. I have someone here who wishes to express his gratitude. Our Ishgardian friend has made a full recovery, and it's thanks to the horn you brought.
Your selfless actions have saved my life.
I know not how I can ever repay you. Neither of these people are named.
No need for that, Kupo. To see you hale and whole is repayment enough.
I am given to understand that you're searching for someone, a traveling painter.
Indeed I am. Her name is Biruru, and she's my very best friend.
Moved by your endeavor, I took the liberty of making inquiries among my comrades. Alas, none recall having seen such an individual. As patrolling the border is one of our chief duties, we would have noted if your friend passed through. My apologies, we could not be of aid.
I see. Still, to have confirmation that Biruru wasn't here is helpful. Thank you, Kupo.
Adjusting fan speed. 'Twas the least I could do for my saviors. Now we must attend our next meeting, but I wish you well in the journey ahead. I should also posture check, honestly. I need to figure out how to play video games while not killing my back as one. I could probably raise my desk a little so I have room for the controller underneath it.
Where could Biruru be?
By the way, I have an adjusting desk now. I never mentioned that.
We may not have found any clues here, but with some luck we'll find her at our next destination, Kugane. Getting there, however, will prove a challenge, unless you've visited the Far East before, Sucro.
Nod.
Wonderful! That makes our lives much easier, Kupo. Now listen closely. I have here a lovingly crafted and blessedly breathable hempen sack. I want you to stuff me inside and teleport me to Kugane with you.
What? Okay, I'm turning the fan back to medium. Sorry if you ever hear it slightly when I'm speaking. So, I was thinking about when we were capturing the llamas last time, and I said you can't just punch a llama, and you said, well, obviously he's gonna put it in a sack. I did all the side quests in that area that weren't the ether current ones earlier, and there is in fact one about putting creatures in sacks in that area. In this case, it's the Notacactars. You do learn a few interesting tidbits about Pelu Pelu culture and the local areas and creatures by doing those side quests. Like, the dye used in Pelu Pelu cloaks is made from parasites that infest the Nautocactors that are crushed into a red dye. So I had to put cactars that had been drained of all of their energy from parasites into a bag. We also learned that we also made coffee out of beans that bears had eaten and then extruded without digesting, which I assume is something that happens in reality, but it's still gross. We also learned that Kona helped them develop their caravans based on the chocobo carriages, which I don't think was mentioned. Anyway, time to put this Moogle in a sack, I guess.
You needn't gawp. It's a well-considered request. While I may not be replete with teleportation anima like you.
Okay, hold up. Weren't we also just talking about how no one ever mentions that the Warrior of Light is extra good at teleporting or explains anything else? And we just dropped teleport anima? Was that ever mentioned before? Ever? I don't recall the phrase teleportation anima, but it sounds like it's been there. This questline seems weird. Yeah. I can tag along as one of your belongings, so stuff me in a sack. I can take it, Kupo. Treat me like one of your items. Nod. You are now carrying a Kupopo-sized sack. It would be prudent to handle your burden with the utmost care until such time as you reach Kugane. That was in 1.0, huh? God, I don't remember that. I don't think I ever got far enough in 1.0 to need to teleport. I barely left my home city. Jump scared by that player's funny outfit. Kupopo slumbers inside this hempen sack, snug as a grub in the soil. Yeah, I don't think I ever teleported, like, enough in 1.0 to even have that make a single impact on my brain. Oh yeah, as mentioned, for those who missed it, Viper carries over state of, like, their sword in between, like, teleports, but Pictomancer loses everything on their palette whenever they teleport, and I just think that's a weird oddity. That's all. My umbrella did not auto-deploy again. The Kupopo-sized sack is wiggling rigorously.
Ah, what a peaceful nap that was, Kupo. And I see we've arrived safely in Kugane. This city is as impossibly picturesque as ever. My, when I first arrived here with Beruru and Junketalak, I thought we were in a waking dream, Kupo.
Namazu spotted. Hidden by the chat cover. Namazu spotted. Yes, yes.
We were all fascinated by Far Eastern art, especially the bright, bold presentation of the ukiyo-e prints. It was a treat to view so many pieces up close. What of you, Sucro? What do you recall most vividly about your first visit here?
I hope that's not the implication, because Sucro would never be that mean. How excited I was to travel to distant lands. How desperate I was to turn the tide of rebellion. How furious I was at a conniving Namazu. So, like, plot-wise, 2 would be the most correct again, probably, but also, at the same time, that's the part of Stormblood where it feels like we're going, we'll deal with the rebellion later, I gotta go to this other place. So I guess how excited I was to travel to distant lands.
So were we, Kupo. Everything felt fresh and fascinating. Biruru was so taken with the scenery, she climbed to the highest rooftops she could to behold the city in all its splendor.
Wow, she did the jump quest? Powerful.
Immersing ourselves in different cultures stirs the heart and broadens the mind like few other things can. Right then, I'd like to begin searching for Biruru, and I think the tea houses would be a good place to start. The proprietors ought to be able to...
Strike down this hapless fool.
Precisely, Kupo. The proprietors ought to be able to strike down this Wait, who's getting struck down?
Is it the hearer again? That'd be really...
Hold on a moment! It's a soul in need of aid!
It's not. It's someone else entirely.
What troubles you, good sir?
Yeah, it's kind of a funny gag. Aidless trader.
Oh, turbulent tides, take me! I'm an art dealer from Muldar, you see. And I came to Kugane to sell a masterpiece I acquired in Eorzea. But nary a day before we arrived, we were engulfed by a terrible storm. We rocked and rolled, barely able to keep the ship from capsizing. And in the chaos, the crate containing my precious piece was cast into the roiling waves.
Apparently I've taken on the role of the voice actor who gets a bit part and goes all in on it. A classic.
That's terrible, Kupo. Is there any chance that it can be found?
Assuming it wasn't dragged into the fathomless depths, the sailors tell me the crate is likely drifted into the Ruby Sea. Confederate waters. No one is willing to go and search for me.
I believe it's your time to shine again, Sucro. You can help this poor fellow, yes?
Nod. Well acquainted with the pirates, you say? If you could speak with them about my crate, I'd be grateful beyond words.
Leave it to me.
Sucro just loves to help. Slightly adjusting my... The Confederate pirates on Sakazuki keep a close watch of the nearby waters. If anyone's seen the crate in question, it would be them. I like when they use job quests as an excuse to, like, go to places and talk to people, or sorts of people, that you haven't dealt with in a while. I guess I could have talked to these people more, but I've apparently decided not to. Oh, right, underwater. Oh, this is a good place to look at in the new graphics update, actually. This is also secretly an excuse to check out places in the graphics update, I guess. Probably. Look at the texture on the coral! And also the very polygon shape of the coral still. But, you know, that's fine. I'm not sure, like, exactly how much they updated or didn't update, but the game does look good in general. Hey, Suino Sato. Oh, uh-oh, the lighting's back. It was for a second. The fabric of our star. Okay, I think I'm beginning to... This is beginning to support my theory that being underwater is weird with the lighting. Also, I don't think I've talked about the random Final Fantasy XIV OC idea I had semi-recently related to Sue no Sato on camera. So if I ever need to... Whoa, the sky. Did they update the skyboxes too? So, my random OC idea, if I ever need a second character, for any reason, I guess it might be an Orion. Her name is Yuki. And, she was born in Suino Sato. And when there was And like when she was like 7 to 9 years old, there were like 5 minutes where no one was paying attention, and she wandered outside of the energy barrier into water she couldn't breathe and like drifted up to the surface. That's her origin story for learning about the outside world, which she became fascinated with eventually. In the care of the pirates for like several days. Eventually, a Kojin trader stopping by, her parents got them to look for her, and she was found and returned safely and all that, but she remained fascinated with the outside world ever since. That's my idea. Oh, if it isn't our friend Sucro! What brings you back to these parts? Business with Rasho and Tansui, perhaps? A crate containing a piece of art. As a matter of fact, we fished something like that out of the water not long ago. But as you well know, the Ruby Sea's our territory, and anything the tides deliver to us is ours by right. We cannot just hand it over. But we owe so much to Sucro. I haven't forgotten. That being the case, why don't we make it interesting and have a friendly contest for the crate? Challenge accepted. I don't even know what it is yet. That's the spirit. We'll make it simple. Hunting ogre crabs. Both sides will get the same amount of bait. The person who can catch more crabs is the winner. Alright then, once you've used up your bait, bring the shells to me as proof. I'll be waiting. Perfect. Let the contest begin. Oh, the other thing about Yuki is she's named after snow. And that's because, like, her grandmother told her parents stories about snow, and it's her dream to go see snow for herself one day. Because she doesn't know what it's like. Always in a rush, that one. You need only lay your bait by the shore and dispatch any ogre crabs that take it. When you have no bait left, come back and show me the shells you collected from your kills. Someone just launched an alpaca missile at me. I think it made a funny noise as well. Okay, so are there only 3 spots? This is funny because this is a callback to part of the Stormblood MSQ in the Azim Steppe. So I was immediately thinking, like, do I have to find out what the best crab locations are? It looks like there's only 3, though. I'm assuming this is an intentional callback to that, though. Also, the funny thing about Pictomancer is that I can just end any quest battle with a hammer immediately. Stormblood battle theme jump scare. So as I mentioned, I've heard Pictomancer is really powerful and might need to be nerfed. All the hammer hits are a guaranteed critical direct hit. It's true. That's exactly what painting is like. As a digital artist, I can confirm that that's actually nothing about what it's like, really. Not that I'm a painter. Painting and digital art are different. Oh right, I have Comet in black now, because I'm level 90. I forgot. That could also be possible. Like, the specific discussion that I read related to it mentioned that, like, was someone asking if Viper felt weak, and someone also said Pictomancer felt really strong. And, like, someone also mentioned that, like, comparing Viper and Pictomancer, Viper eventually evened out the damage with Pictomancer, even though Pictomancer seemed really strong at first, like in a dungeon run or something that they did. Cloth texture. Oh, you brought the shells? I'll take them off your hands then. And the winner is Sucro, and it's not even close. And congratulations. Ah, good show, Sucro. I expected nothing less from you. I'm a man of my word, so the crate's yours. Though it was just a friendly game, it was a privilege to go up against you. I'll be sure to tell everyone about it. Yes, thank you for humoring us. I hope that crate is what the merchant is after. Ogre crab shells are light and durable, ideal for crafting armor. And worth a lot of money, apparently. Apparently I've decided to not talk to literally everybody all the time in this questline. For no reason. I had to step away for a second. Okay. It's kind of funny that these are instant cast and have no animation for when you're moving doing them. I mean, that's probably true of like most instant casts, but it is still a little bit funny looking is all. Welcome back, Kupo. How fared the search? That is true. But I've helped people by murdering. Ah, you are returned! Were you able to find my crate? This crate remains in one piece. We found the one piece, everyone. Oh, traders be praised! This is the very crate I lost, and it's still intact! How can you tell? I guess it's probably marked somewhere. You truly are a godsend, adventurer! Words fail to express my gratitude! It's impressive indeed that you could track down the crate. Excellent work, Sucro. Remind me, what was in this crate again? A painting? After having been adrift for so long, I hope it hasn't been ruined. Judging by its condition, I want to believe that all is well, but let us see. And then it's a demon painting from Heck. Oh no. It's not, it's fine. Thank the traders, 'tis unharmed, and there I thought I had it packaged excessively. Or I had packaged it excessively. This is a very... It's like a blurrier Bob Ross type of painting, which is appropriate for the questline, I suppose. I bet Biruru painted this. Yep. Pluck my palm! Oh, close enough. That's one of John Cadillac's pieces, Kupo. Oh, you have a keen eye. Indeed, this is the work of the traveling artist John Cadillac, painted in the winter of his years. I purchased it a few moons ago from a young lady who was his apprentice. Biruru, Kupo. I've been searching all over for her. Do you know where she is? No, she was a friend of yours, I take it. Please, tell me everything you know. Where you met, where she might be now, everything. I don't know how to say this, but from what I've heard, your friend has passed on. Wait, what? She had come to Ul'dah to sell a small trove of Jean Cadillac's paintings. His works are extremely rare, so it caused quite a stir among art dealers. Expensive though the pieces were, it didn't take long for her to sell them all. And once she had, she disappeared. A custom drawing tool would be really good. Her belongings were apparently strewn about her inn-room, yet there was nary a sign of foul play. I don't have seen her since, and it is rumored she found a quiet place to end her life. No. I knew Jen Cadillac's death had left a void in her heart, but Berber wouldn't have. She couldn't have. Well, this took a turn. I know it's difficult, but try and remain calmer. This is a rumor, nothing more. We don't know anything for certain. Okay, we gotta stay calm. I tried to switch to this. I think I did. Maybe I didn't. This took a turn. But... Forgive me. It was not my intent to cause you distress with these grim tidings. It was because of them, in fact, that this piece failed to sell in Eorzea. Thus did I bring it all the way to the Far East, hoping to find a buyer here instead. Now, it isn't much, but please accept this as a token of my gratitude. With that, I must take my leave of you and go to meet with a prospective client. This is taking a turn that has to be resolved in 2 more quests or so. I'm sorry, Sucro. You did well. You did. But if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a little while, Kupo. Nod. Sucro explaining something. Oh, you missed it, huh? Well, the biggest twist in the questline just happened. We got a lead on where Beruru might have been, and according to the person we helped, she might have killed herself after selling all of her master's paintings off. Yeah, apparently, like, her belongings were found in her inn-room. There was no sign of foul play, and nobody found the body. Beruru's clue. God damn it. Beruru's clues, huh? The mood whiplash here. We just had the mood whiplash, and now it's lashed backwards. I think I said God damn it, so this might be bingo worthy. I think this is the mind-numbing punner reference because of the context more than anything. Wow, okay. So let me open dawntrailbingo.paint.net. Copy. Paste. Oop, wrong layer. I'm sure we'll find more examples of this bingo square, but it's really the context that got me here. I said God damn it, and I put my head in my hands, so it counts. So now let's take a look at the updated Dawntrail bingo. I think the middle vertical line has a good chance of happening. Honestly, like, all of the lines that we have checks in have a good chance, except for maybe, like, top horizontal. I would love it if the Nutkin was plot critical, but I can't bet on that.
Oh, it's you, Kupo. What is it?
I've been practicing my Pictomancer. I wanted to see how you were faring.
I wanted to see if you were doing okay.
That would be the more accurate Sucro response.
That's very kind of you, Kupo. Truth be told, I'm still struggling to come to terms. If Biruru has truly left this world, it means that I
wasn't too late, thank goodness!
If only, Kupo. If only.
They used the joke to be sad instead. Oh, it's you again.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Art Dealer. What brings you back to us?
I've concluded my business here and shall be returning to Ul'dah, but before I take ship, I wish to speak with you again. 'Tis plain your friend's fate weighs heavily on your mind. If you wish to know the truth for a certainty, I should be glad to introduce someone who deals in information.
You think this person would know what became of Biruru?
Oh yes, this man makes it his business to know everyone else's in Ul'dah. At the very least, he should be able to tell you if your friend yet lives. He also happens to owe me a favor. I shall personally ask him to assist you. Once you arrive in Ul'dah, head to Emerald Avenue and look for a bespectacled man with a self-satisfied grin. That'll be him. Wayland or whatever is back? Okay, sure. Now then, it's time I boarded my vessel. Farewell, my friends, and best of luck in your search for the truth. Unless it's... what's his face? Though I thought he was still in Stormblood Land. Hancock, that's the name.
I want to know, Sucro, desperately. But at the same time, I'm so scared, Kupo. Biruru really is gone.
You mustn't lose hope, or we'll face the truth together.
We'll face the truth together. Shining the light of hope for me, are you? You've grown so much as a Pictomancer. Thank you. With you at my side, I feel I can press on and face whatever comes, Kupo. Right. Let's head to Ul'dah. We'll do it the same way as the journey here. You teleporting with me in a sack.
Just casually doing this again. And the same message about the utmost caution. I guess you could technically throw this key item away. You could, like, pitch Kupopo like a football across the avenue. If you wanted. Technically. Probably not a good idea, but, you know. It's just Wyman, isn't it? Probably. I was close to the name. I think I said, like, Wayland. Unless this is a fake out and, like, someone else is gonna show up.
Oh, that was a lovely little nap, and just like that, we've arrived.
I said Wyman? Maybe I did. I don't know.
The towering cityscape, the dry desert air mingling with the scent of Gil. There's no mistaking Ul'dah. Now then, we should find the fellow who deals in information, Kupo. And I believe I have that bespectacled man there with a grin that does indeed bespeak unwavering confidence.
Well, well, if it ain't the pair of the art dealer called about.
You could tell who we are just like that? You really do know things, Kupo.
Aye, well, that's true enough. But to be fair, I'd have to be blind as a bat to miss a Moogle traveling with the savior of the Bleeding Realm and then some. Understand you're looking for a friend?
Oh, that's right. Her name is Biruru, and she was last seen in Ul'dah. If you know anything about what became of her, you must tell me, Kupo.
Don't get your palm in a twist. I'll oblige your burning curiosity. It was about a half a year past that Baruru came to Ul'dah. She brought with her 8 of John Kettelak's paintings, which she put up for sale. She sold a lot within a matter of weeks, and with the small fortune she made, she went and bought herself accommodations at the ossuary.
No, that can't be right.
Right it is, my furry friend. I bear stressing that being interred in the city is not an inexpensive proposition. Hardly surprising given the limited space what's left. Got the fact that allegedly she sold her master's paintings to pay for space in the ossuary is a hell of a thing. Also, limited space in the crypt, huh? That's also something. But she made the donation to the ossuary up front and in full, an amount most folk will never see in their lifetimes.
What did she do after that?
Shrug. That remains a mystery. Her room at the end was found neat and tidy. You wouldn't have known she'd been there if not for some personal belongings left behind. Among those, of greatest interest was a set of traveling gear, a coin purse containing the payment for the room, and a letter that said she wasn't coming back. Find it all a bit odd. The innkeep called the Brass Blades to investigate, but the evidence led him to conclude she was voluntarily missing and likely dead by her own hand.
Then Baruru really is gone.
That's what they think, but who's to say, eh? There's only one way to be certain, I reckon. According to a priest who oversees burials, Baruru's coffin is stored in Erilig's burial chamber over by the ossuary. You have to open it up and see what's there or isn't with your very own eyes. I added a very to that by accident.
I'll go there at once, Kupo.
We're gonna open the coffin and Xenos is gonna be in it or something. And off he flies. You should go after him. Depending on what's waiting, he'll need support. Nod. Baruru's back and she's got the fake echo. Baruru's back and she's possessed by an Asian. Baruru's back and she's fine and it was just a prank. Funny to go to the Thaumaturge's Guild as a Pictomancer. I mean, I've also seen people saying that Pictomancer is just like Black Mage, but better. I'm sorry, but that is out of the question. God, that would be really funny too.
I beg you, Kupo, it would only be a little peek.
That does not make it any less of an act of defilement. We cannot allow you to disturb the dead.
Sucro, this priest says we can't check Baruru's coffin. Please explain the situation to him.
And then Sucro tried to explain. So that is the way of it. Well, I'm not unsympathetic to your plight. A coffin may only be opened in exceptional circumstances, and with the permission of the family, which you are not. I'm sorry, but I must ask that you leave me in peace. I have my hands full with other pressing matters.
Oh, and what matters might those be, if I may ask?
In order to address the shortage of burial space in the city, works have been underway to expand Erilig's burial chamber downwards. Alas, the excavators inadvertently unleashed a horde of zombies from an unmapped ruin. Of course they did, and it's fallen to me to deal with them.
Oh, this sounds like another opportunity for Sucro to put a Pictomancy to work.
Pictomancy? You mean the art created by the fabled Archon realm who roam the land lending aid to those in need?
None other, Kupo. The matter of the tome can wait. Let's tend to these zombies first.
Why, I should be most grateful. The zombies have taken to prowling the Sildia excavation site in central Thanalan. Please see that those tormented souls finally know rest. I'll paint them to double death again. Wait a minute. Has there always been readable text here? Something is the color of gold. I can't make out what the first word says, but the rest of it is the color of gold. Divinity. Oh, right, yeah. That makes sense. Has that always been readable? I've never noticed it before, but I'm not over by the Thaumaturge's Guild too often. It's probably been there for a while, I just don't remember it. I mean, I already unlocked Black Mage, so there's probably no reason to go back there again. Note that my Black Mage level is like 42, so I haven't done most of the quests for it. Meanwhile... Oh, it's this particular kind of zombie, huh? I'll wait my turn. Hell is real. Yeah. I did. Maybe I should have helped a little bit more with the ones that were before my turn. But I had to prepare my hammer. So many Pictomancers everywhere. Those zombies will be no match for your brushstrokes, Kupo. I really have just been doing violence only. The zombies have been dealt with. Wonderful. You have my heartfelt thanks, good Pictomancer. While you were away, I spoke further with Kupopo about his relationship with Mistress Baruru. I understand now that they were as family to one another. In light of this, and also in recognition of your service, I will allow you to examine her coffin, if you would follow me. Maybe. Kupopo's palm is a good example of the lighting updates right now. This is the one. If you're ready, I shall open it. Nod. Very well. Before release, the thing they said about the Pictomancer quest was that they were, quote, a bit different from the rest. Please, please don't let it be her. What? What is this, Kupo? A painting. Yes, we can all see that, and I recognize it as well. This is Jen Cadillac's final work, The Ephemeral Palace. Oh, did she buy space? She bought space in the ossuary to honor her dead master and then left, probably. And not having his body or whatever, she buried his final painting. I think. Wait, what did you suggest? You said it would be a funny chalk outline or something? You were close. Why was this painting in the casket? And if Baruru isn't here, then where could she possibly be? I'm afraid no one in the Order knows where she's gone. Questioning head tilt. Several moons ago, Mistress Beruru came to us unannounced. Very somberly doing Lalafell walk cycle.
Pardon me, is anyone there?
Greetings, my child. Are you come to pay your respects?
No, I was told I could purchase a tomb here.
Tombs are bestowed upon pious souls who make a donation, yes?
Oh, I see. In that case, I wish to make a donation. My master's paintings fetched a high price, so I believe I have sufficient funds. Would it be possible to have the tomb prepared immediately?
Nod. In that manner did she secure burial rights, and so we set about making the necessary arrangements. When all was in readiness, she requested a moment alone in the chamber, so I waited outside the entrance. When she did not emerge after a time, I went back in to check on her, only to find that she was gone. There was only this painting and a handwritten note instructing us to inter it.
Are you saying Beruru vanished into thin air?
Does she also have teleport anima? So far as I could tell, as you can see, there's only one entrance to this chamber. I organized a large-scale search, thinking she might have wandered into the lower levels or even those under excavation, yet still we found nothing. At length, the search was called off, and without answers, what else could I do but fulfill her final wish? I placed the painting within the coffin, where it's remained ever since.
Curiouser and curiouser, Kupo.
That is everything I know. I'm sorry I could not tell you more. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return to my duties.
Yes, of course. Come on then, let's head back outside.
Interesting.
Interring John Kedilak's painting and vanishing without a trace. I'm not sure what to make of Biruru's actions, Kupo. What about you, Sucro? Do you have any thoughts?
I think she might still be alive. The painting must be the key, or I have no freaking idea.
I think she must still be alive. Or at least maybe she could be. I pray you're right, Kupo. I was terrified that she'd be in the casket, and relieved my worst fears didn't come to pass, but now I can't help but wonder. I suppose it's back to the search. I'm going to take some time to ponder things and see if I can't think of other leads to pursue. Meanwhile, please continue to train. Think colorful thoughts, keep your brush arm supple, and come and find me when you feel your artist's aura has grown further, Kupo.
Somewhere only she knows. And now the whole thing has to resolve in one quest.
Why, Sucro, I can tell you've been applying yourself to your training. Oh yes, the enigmatic aura of an accomplished artist is unmistakable. I'm put in mind of Jean Kedilak when he was in his prime, Kupo.
Shrug.
Now then, imagine a great big canvas that is yet to receive even a single drop of paint. That, unfortunately, is the state of my search for Beruru. I couldn't find any new clues as to her whereabouts, and I'm at a loss as to what to do next.
Consider what Beruru's objective might have been. Or why did you have a falling out in the first place? Or I'm at a loss too, Kupo.
Maybe if we thought about what happened between you two? I was reluctant to disclose the events of that fateful day, but perhaps I should have. Let us speak of the very root of our troubles. The argument that led to Beruru and I going our separate ways. On that day, the two of us returned to Limsalominsa after a journey, the first without Genketelak's company. Old age and long years on the road had taken their toll, and we'd made the difficult decision to leave him in the care of a sanatorium. With a smile on his face as he lay abed, he wished us well on our coming adventure and reminded Beruru that she mustn't. Mustn't? Could it be? Yes, it must. Beruru has become part of the painting. What? Questioning head tilt. I don't blame you for being confused. I promise to make everything clear soon, Kupo.
Wesker!
Not quite, but close enough.
Sucro, you've been the best student I could have hoped for. You've trained diligently, aided those in need, and kept your promise to me. I can't rightly ask more of you, but for this thing I'm about to do, I'm afraid I must. I beg you, lend me your strength one last time, Kupo.
Now calm down a second.
Come and meet me at the Jadeite Flood. I'll be waiting.
We're gonna end up in a battle and suddenly the Yuga boss theme from Link Between Worlds is gonna start up or something.
There you are, Sucro. I know you must have many questions. Allow me to explain everything, Kupo.
Nod.
It took a few pretty pleases, but I convinced the ossuary priest to let us borrow the painting. Beruru inherited it and the other works from Genketelak after he passed away.
Gasp? I mean, I figured that, but gasp?
On the day of our argument, Beruru and I had returned from our first journey together, as I said. But when we arrived at the sanatorium to see how Genketelak had fared in our absence, all that awaited us was a few of his paintings and personal belongings. A fell fiend had found its way into the facility a few days prior. Seeking to protect his fellow patients, Genketelak confronted and vanquished the beast, but the exertion proved too much. Beruru and I were devastated. If only we'd returned sooner, taken a quicker route, or not wasted as much time. Genketelak might still be alive. Such thoughts tormented us, Kupo. Beruru took it hardest, for she had lost her only family. She clung to me and wept like a child with her doll. And I, in a moment of poor judgment, said something foolish. I told her that she needn't depend on me so, that she could stand on her own 2 feet as a Pictomancer, and that she should.
Oof.
She shoved me away in anger. One unkind word led to another. We shouted at each other till our throats were hoarse. When there was nothing left to say, she stormed off alone, cradling Genketelak's paintings in her arms. The rest you know. Sometime after, she journeyed to Ul'dah, sold the paintings for the funds to purchase her tomb, and then vanished. For so long, I've been unable to understand what she was thinking, and where she might have gone, but the answer was right under our noses, Kupo. You see, Beruru possessed such a vivid imagination that she could bring any of her thoughts to life. As this rare gift allowed her to not only create but reshape, Genketelak made her promise that she would never use her powers to alter a living being.
What? What? This is very concerning very quickly.
But in her grief, she did just that. She made herself one with this painting. It's hard to believe, I know, but the painting itself tells the tale. Once it exuded warmth and whimsy, now it's enshrouded in a stifling pall of sorrow. And this brings me to my request. Using my own magics, I want to enter the painting and save Bururu, but I don't know if I can do it alone. Can I rely upon your aid, Sucro?
Nod. Determined, leave it to me.
I'm in your debt. Be warned, the painting will be a world where one's imagination is made manifest. That's to say, anything can happen. So see to it you are fully prepared, Kupo.
Uh-oh. This could be...
In extremely Bururu voice, who art thou? One of us, thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank, and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
That took me a second. This has the potential to be very interesting.
All set to dive into the painting, Kupo? Ready when you are.
This will either be very interesting or vaguely disappointing because they didn't do enough with the concept, or... I don't know what to expect at all. Ah, it's the Grand Cosmos, of course.
Looks like we made it, Kupo.
Sucro, you can't break the fourth wall like that. They're just reusing an asset. God damn it. Especially right after I said it. Where are we? The Grand Cosmos? But how? Or it's like a waking dream. The Grand Cosmos? But how? Sucro's face, yeah.
Oh, is the scenery familiar to you?
It looks exactly like a place on another world.
You've been to such a place in another world? The mere thought of it boggles the mind, Kupo.
I can't believe this.
As I recall, Jean Cadillac saw this opulent palace in a dream, and was inspired to recreate it on canvas.
Wait, Feul, what did you do? That's interesting. We both had the thought of Feul.
Perhaps his arcane affinity allowed him to visit worlds beyond our own in his sleep. Perhaps someone from that world sent him the vision, Kupo. Regardless, we're undoubtedly within the painting. Bururu must be here somewhere. Let's go, Sucro.
Nod. Not the music I would have expected.
So many paintings, Kupo. I have a bad feeling about this.
Dreamlike Palace. Anti-gallery.
Is this their idea of the welcome? How about them, Sucro?
Hold on, give me a sec. They literally don't aggro you so you can do this. I assume.
Those monsters, they were muses given life by Pictomancy.
Yeah, I thought they seemed familiar. Artist's Atrium.
Bururu, John Cadillac and I once encountered a griffin like that in Garabanya. Be careful, Sucro.
The bird of prey, not just any bird of prey. Oh yeah, you're right. They are all named like their paintings. Oh, right. This is a Shadowbringers song. I can tell from the melody now. Solitary Studio. Alright. What are we gonna fight?
Beruru! It's me, Kupopo. I've come for you.
That's not good.
You've come for me? No one would do that. No one. Master Jean Cadillac is gone because of me, because I was too late. You mustn't say that, Beruru. You're not to blame. Even Kupopo has abandoned me, my only friend. That isn't true. I'll always be your friend, no matter what. Please, Beruru, please come back to me.
Barrier. Not quite. Oh. Of course, we fight him. She belongs to me, and you have no place here. We fight evil him.
Master Jean Cadillac? No, you're just a shade born of the imagination.
That you should call me a shade, Kupopo? Such insolence cannot be borne.
Ah!
Yeah, a bit. The real Jean Cadillac would never harm Kupopo, or will free Beruru from your clutches. You're not real. I'm gonna hit you with a hammer a lot. A Pictomancer, one in possession of my soul crystal, no less. An imitation. You're no match for the master you aspire to be. My imagination is my own, and it's more than a match for yours, or I'll show you what this imitation can do. These are both good lines.
I've got the power of my imagination.
Bold words, but you will soon be made to know the true power of Pictomancy. Oh hey, they are reusing the painting boss in a way. You know, the one from 6 that was in Omega. Within my masterwork, imagination dictates reality. I shall paint the finishing touches in shades of your terror. I already beat you up once. Jean Cadillac's portrait. That's a good name for the enemy. I also wonder this about those raids. Your corpse shall serve as the highlight of my gallery. Bloom forth, my muse, and let mind become matter. Wait, I don't need to use Tempera Grassa. That's for AoE reasons. A flower in the sun. This fight actually makes you use the movement skill. Can you perceive the truth behind my hues? Oh dear. Blood in blue. I got hit once. It is funny that blaze in red. The shade of my arbors will grant you no solace. Arbor motif. Oh, that's fun. You're also drawing motifs. Tornado in green. You're also using like all the fancy boss things, but like Picto version. Sculpture cast. Reality is mine to shape, mountains are mine to command. Mountain motif. No, I cannot fall to a forgery. Oh. I'm over here now. Ah, you're doing that thing. That's fair. I wasn't sure if it was going to keep going. Yeah, I probably could do that, actually. That's a good point. That was a cool fight. I like that more than the Viper boss, because they were creative with how they did stuff. My brush is still silly.
You did it, Sucro! Your imagination triumphed over his!
Nod.
Biruru! Wake up, Biruru! Come on now, you stubborn fool of a Lalafell, snap out of it!
Oh, the eye flickering.
Kupopo, what are you doing here? We came to bring you back, Kupo. We've been looking all over for you. I never thought that anyone would come after me in the painting.
That would have been funny, yeah.
Sucro, was it? Thank you for accompanying Kupopo on his journey. In his journey. Well, told me it was a Pictomancer's duty to help. Indeed, Master Zankedilak taught me the very same, and I strove to live up to our duty. But I couldn't save him. Couldn't save the man who raised me. It's not your fault, Biruru. Even the brightest, most imaginative minds can't predict the future, Kupo. You can only do that if you're the specific character in the Bosnia storyline. Why are you even here, trying to be nice after everything you said? My best friend, and you abandoned me when I needed you. Told me to make my own way. You know why I said what I said, Kupo. I'm not real. No matter how much I wish it, I can't remain by your side forever.
I knew it. As soon as the boss was like, funny for you to say that, Kupopo, and also when we learned about what Biruru can do, I just immediately figured Kupopo, she made Kupopo. I didn't say it. You'll have to trust me on that one. But yeah, it seems that's the truth, probably. Sucro didn't figure it out.
Like the Zankedilak we defeated, I'm a product of Pictomancy. Your imaginary friend and nothing more. It isn't uncommon for children to have imaginary friends. They create us in their minds to help cope with their struggles.
It's possible that Bururu did that, yes. Actually, that's true. Sucro also does something like that. So Kupopo is a tulpa, basically. If I understand things correctly.
But children grow up, and when they do, we disappear, Kupo.
That's not necessarily true, Kupopo. I've read about this.
You don't have to disappear, though. I painted you into being, my very first creation. Just like I painted Master Cadillac so I could fix my mistake. So I wouldn't be alone. Pictomancers can do wonderful things. By bringing our imagination to life, we bring hope to those in need, Kupo. This Sucro learned through her journey.
That might explain that, yeah.
And so did you, Bururu. But no matter how harsh reality may be, a Pictomancer isn't meant to paint over it, Kupo. Rather than escape reality, we're meant to give people the courage to face it. But how can I when those who matter most to me are gone?
If you carry on for them, they'll always be with you, or in giving hope to others, you'll find hope of your own. Both of these are good.
They'll always be with you. Carry on as Pictomancer for Master Cadillac and Kupopo. Perhaps I can find the strength to stand on my own by holding them in my heart.
It's also completely legal to let Kupopo stay around, though.
You will, Kupo. You absolutely will, and you'll be just fine. Safe in that knowledge, I can now take my leave, Kupo.
Oh.
Farewell, Sucro. It was a joy to journey with you. Farewell, Bururu. You're my dearest friend, and you always will be.
Well, I guess if Kupopo is the one choosing to dissipate himself, then maybe it's okay. Well, okay, we're here now. What an incredibly scenic vista to end this questline at.
Sucro? I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused. Thank you for helping Kupopo to find and save me.
Shake head.
When he faded away, a warm and comforting ether flowed into my body. The magic I used to create him, I think. In that instant, the moments and memories he shared with you became mine.
Gasp.
The shade of the shroud, the chill of Kurthus, the brilliance of Kugane. The two of you traveled far. I felt Kupopo's desperation as he searched for me, his yearning for our days on the road with Master Cadillac, and his happiness at having found a friend in you. But what of you, Sucro? How did you find the journey? Was your journey good? Was it worthwhile?
I enjoyed training to become a Pictomancer. Kupopo was a wonderful travel companion, or it was hard keeping up with him.
I enjoyed it. I'm glad to hear that. I felt the very same when I was learning the art under Master Jean Cadillac. I saw my first Moogle here, you know. The way it danced through the air so full of life and joy, what child wouldn't have wanted a friend like that? I could create him again, recall the feeling and the image and paint him anew. But I won't, because as the two of you taught me, parting isn't the end.
Nod.
Thank you, Sucro, for everything you've done for both Kupopo and me.
Bururu, could I interest you in Arcanist? And also Summoner and Scholar. If you would like to summon a friend. At any time.
From here, I'll set out on another journey as a Pictomancer. Wherever I go, I vow to paint a path of hope as Master Jan Cadillac once did. And just as you will continue to do, I'm sure.
Curtsy. Waving goodbye. That was a nice quest line. Gotta follow my rainbow. I should check. I did check before. I believe, yeah, Victorious Viper gave Twin Fang. This gives Picto Perfect. Okay.
Rolling around at the speed of sound, etc., etc.
Like that. So, this thus leads to our question. What do we continue as? Do I play as Viper? Do I play as Pictomancer? Do I play as Summoner or Scholar? Do I play as Machinist? Do I play as a tank? I will need to level all of them to 100 eventually, or at least something in every role eventually. And as such, like, I don't know what to actually play the MSQ as anymore. I like Viper, I like Pictomancer, I like all the other options. So we got Viper, we got Pictomancer. Oh yeah, while I'm here. Well, I don't want to like alternate because that'll make it more difficult to keep up. While I'm here, chainsaw swords. The coolest thing about chainsaw swords is the draw weapon animation with Viper. The revving of the chainsaws lines up perfectly with the way the animation goes. It's great. But yeah, like, practically speaking, as far as jobs go, Viper will probably be my melee DPS of choice. For tank, it'll either be Warrior or Paladin. Paladin is the one I like more, but Warrior is the one that's more useful to have at max level because it can solo things that it shouldn't. For healer, I'm going to have to level Scholar and Summoner. So that'll be the first one I have at 90. And I have to do that because all my retainers are Summoners. For physical ranged, Machinist is my favorite. And there's not really a reason to... Well, I could also do Dancer, but Machinist is my favorite. Magical ranged, probably Summoner, because I have to level that. So, like, practically speaking, it could be argued that it would be wise to play the MSQ as book user for the sake of my retainers. I have it at 93 because I've been doing a couple roulettes with Scholar occasionally. But I'm nervous about playing healer and tank with other people again for some reason. But also, like, speaking of practicality, there is also the DPS queue. Kona is a machinist, but I hadn't stopped to consider that he might be in the party at any point. That is possible. Wuklamat is definitely a warrior, and it makes sense for her to be the tank. So really, I think what it boils down to is swords, paintbrush, or books. Paintbrush would overlap with Kryl, technically. So you could say swords or books. But also, I don't know. Oh, the other thing about these, I haven't looked closely at other twin blades, but I feel like these are ones that are actually like visually designed to be connected. Because this looks like a connector point, kind of. And also, when you go into battle stance and have them connected, they like line up pretty well. It's a little difficult to actually see it. So I guess swords or books is something I would like opinions about. Yeah, the blades go in opposite directions. That's also true. But yeah, you can sort of see them and how they seem to like connect together in a reasonable mechanical sort of way. It's neat. Sucro, your finger, no. But yeah, the blades also go in opposite directions. Also, incidentally, this glamour, it's the bandana, really. Makes her a little bit Surge Chrono Cross right now. Though there's also a bandana that's even more Surge Chrono Cross than this one. I could just, like, change the colors on this glamour and get the other bandana and be, like, even more Surge Chrono Cross. Honestly. If anyone has strong opinions about swords or books, that's, I guess, what I've narrowed it down to, but it seems like swords might be preferred. So, like, there's a different... Hold on. Oh, I also changed the Viper job gates to simple, which you can maybe see. There's a different bandana in here somewhere. Ruby Cotton. This is even more Surge Chrono Cross than the other one. So you make this red because Sucro must have sleeves and pants. I can probably still use the same armor. So like Surge has got like this part over here is kind of like silvery, and then this part over here is like a dark purple ish, a lighter purple than that, maybe. Either that or like a blue. And then like there were, I think the Zidane boots were the ones that worked better for this. But yeah, you get the idea. So it seems like the one opinion is swords. I guess I'll continue as Viper and just deal with DPSQ when it happens. Yeah, like 3 at most, unless any of the trials have duty support, which I don't know. And like by the time I get there, people will be there. I imagine DPSQ is a bit of a struggle if you are at the final boss already. Looks directly at Aya in the chat. I'm calling you out a little bit. I'm not sure if you've managed to fight said boss yet already or not. But maybe you have. I just imagine you probably had to wait for a bit as a Dragoon maiden who's already at the end of the expansion that only just now officially released. I didn't notice this fountain before. Lamp. Oh, you used Party Finder. Well, that works. In any case, I'm gonna BRB for a second. I don't know if this or that ever feels like it's worth it. Especially when I don't have too many people watching. But if you want to, I guess I could. Does anyone want to? Anyone care? Anyone want to flip a coin? I don't mean to say, does anyone care, like I'm being real down on myself. I just don't know if it's worth it when, like, not too many people are betting. You know? I guess for now, I'll just not. We'll just have big band jazz playing for a bit while I'm away. Hello, I'm here again. I guess it's time to actually continue the main story. While I'm here again, I realized that I do actually have pictures of Yuki, who I mentioned. So I can actually show that character, because I did make her in character creation. There she is. I think the Aura benefited a lot from the graphics update. Hooray for her. Anyway. I've been quite content waiting here, dining on the third promise's coin, but it seems you're ready to ask your questions now. So what is it you'd like to know? The route to Okanu. We go south through the Arch of the Dawn, and then follow the road which runs alongside Kozamauka River, is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me that the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart, and several people injured if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We will be sure to watch our footing, thank you. That sounded more snide than I intended. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozamauka, we should head over to the Arch. Wait, I still have Twin Blade mode. That's fine. The Hanu are a friendly folk who should welcome us with open arms. Assuming they are not too preoccupied with recent troubles, that is. Through this gate, and we'll be on our way south to Kozamauka. I swear that gate gets bigger every time I see it. Considering the size of Gulul Jaja, though, I suppose it's... Excuse me. It's better than having it be too small. I should have liked to observe the festival, but the Hanu are probably not in the mood to celebrate. Bird Zone. That's correct. Are we all ready to leave? Nod. Then onward to Kozamauka. Open the way. I wonder if I'll get to the first dungeon today or not.
Kozamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Kozamauka. I think I separated the ah and the uka a bit too much when I was saying it before. Which is a subtle way to change the pronunciation of something, but still.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
Alize says, did you notice the graphics update?
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
Nod.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before.
Well, Clement is going to fall into a bog. If not immediately,
Come on.
then quickly.
Okanu isn't much farther.
Sucro is having a good time. Wetlands is an apt name. Much of the ground here is positively saturated. I'd love to stand at the bottom of those huge waterfalls and bask in the majesty of it all. Pity they're so far away. Oh, there's a creature over here. And over there. There's no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Erenville to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Ulan, huh? Creature. That's creature. I've seen a creature or two before, and that's definitely a creature. Mole Patrol. Sayona your prayers. Yep. Earthenshire, Many Fires, and Okanu. This is probably a zone that's relatively more explorable. Maybe. The previous zone was divided into two distinct halves, like one of the first zones for every expansion tends to be. That was the wrong opening move. If they ever have an expansion where there isn't an area divided into two, I'll be surprised. Assuming we have the right idea, one of the Dawn Servant's electors should be around here somewhere. Just be here somewhere. The water from the falls must flood the wetlands and flow into all these streams and rivers. So this is the Hanu Hanu village. One can tell at a glance how very different their culture is to the Vanus. Oh, stupid distracting waterfalls. Did you fall into a bog already? Ah, everyone has arrived, and none the worse for wear, except a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything! Anyway, this is the Hanu Hanu village I was telling you about, Okanu. I agreed to serve as a guide, not a nursemaid. I wonder what that Erenville World Longest Side Square will actually require to count. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they're still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this elector. Oh, Kale! Or Kali. Oh, what? No? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the third promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Okanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Right then, it helped to do some investigating at Wanchunpelo, so let's take a look around here as well. Might I suggest a diversion of forces? For instance, Aranville, Alizé, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuklamat, Sucro, and myself will handle this northern half. Nod. Sounds good to me. So we've seen our first difference in the path diverging a little bit, in that they mentioned that we did the other thing. Hooray. The frame rate doesn't like this place as much. Okay, maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe my brain doesn't like this place, I don't know. Vantage point. Sucro is looking. Yeah, that's pretty damaged. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. This is even worse than I expected. Well, before we continue too much, let's look around and talk to people and stuff. Oh, a visitor here? You're the asking stuff one. The humid air is a danger to our wooden structures. Okanu means our village in the Hanu tongue. The larger region is called Uyuyob, meaning grove of eggs. Makes sense. Fishing occurs occasionally in this world. There are already so many people with alpacas. How did this happen? You must be the elite marks talking about person for this area. I'm noticing that all of them are vipers. There's some sort of big old choco boat over here. And yeah, that does make sense. It's just a thing that I observed. Ah. Objects. This is something that you would give a chow, I think. This is a food for a chow in Sonic Adventure 2. Or 1, maybe. That's a round fruit or something of that nature. I think that's how they're named. I'm immediately tempted to just sprint off into nature and see how much of the zone I'm allowed to look at. Oops, it looks like I'm doing this. Am I allowed to explore this, like, entire map, unlike the previous? What strange and funny creature? Oh, that's a strange and funny creature for sure. I just instinctively lead with the wrong one. Oh, that's not even part of the fate. No, I need to do those. That probably doesn't count for shared fate, does it? No. Shucks. I don't know much about 7th Dragon, except that some of the music is pretty cool. What's over here? Studying wind magics, huh? Undoubtedly, I will be required to investigate the structure at a later point, but I'm doing it right now instead. This reminds me that there are ether currents already in the other map that we were at, and I don't know when to go back and do those. I could also drive up these stairs, but that feels disrespectful. There's definitely an ether current up here. There's not an ether current up here. I'm disappointed. There is a vista, though. They learn to glide, huh? It's just as disrespectful to drive down the stairs, for the record, but I don't want to be here all day. Ooh, lily pads. I think it's probably canon that Sucro got distracted and wandered off into nowhere at this point. It seems likely. Glowy cave? Oh. Water. Anything behind the waterfall? No. Yeah, probably. I don't know if I've done anything like this before, but this feels like Sucro behavior. so... She'll pretend to act surprised whenever we visit one of these locations in a cutscene later. But she's already seen everything. I always gotta check to see if I can go underwater. I think I mentioned last time that underwater breathing relevant was a square I forgot to Calibri. I see what you did. Underwater breathing was relevant was a square I forgot to put on the bingo. To Calibri at that game, yeah. Oops, I skipped. Look at the detail of this woven rug. Behold it. Anyway, I cannot swim under the water here. Sucro just does this also, I guess. Yeah, this isn't super deep or anything, so that makes sense. Sucro, just go for a swim. I said I was gonna take my time, and by golly, it seems that I was right. Oops. Camera didn't like that. Oh, a vista. I don't remember if there are still any vistas like post Heavensward or whatever that require you to use any emote other than lookout or lookout. The enunciation was different, but there were definitely some in some areas that were like you had to pray or whatever. Two or three per expansion. Just enough to keep tripping you up. Fair enough. There's so much to explore. I got a map stuff. What's going on over here? Kijai. The great bird Kijai, who brings bountiful harvests. Woodsman is an enemy that's around here. Forget where else I've seen that. Poison frog! It's an adorable frog that will kill me. I mean, that is, now that you mention it, yeah. Oh hey, ether current. And a monster I have a bounty for. I will need to do like some amount of fates to get writing maps, even though I won't actually need those. So I might as well. I have no idea the point during which the game checks if you have successfully flanked an enemy or not. So I don't know if it's actually worth circling around things at all when you are when you are the only person fighting a target as a melee DPS. And the target has positions. I don't know this, because melee DPS is like my least played role, probably. One of them. Oh yeah, I have like the abbreviations on. I have had that for a bit. At least abbreviated first name anyway. Maybe it tells me that in third person when I have that on? Or maybe that's how they always work? I don't know. I actually have no idea. There's not really a visual indicator when you do a positional correctly, so it's not really easy to tell, I guess, if I've done the thing correctly. Probably don't need to worry about it on any instance where I'm the only person fighting something. It's not really that I need positionals at this point, like I've been trying to say, because this is just fate targets. I would just like to know if it's possible when you're the one holding aggro, because I don't know when the game checks if you have hit the thing. Like, was that a rear attack successfully? Ah, well. It's not terribly important in this case. Yep. I guess I should proceed with the main story. It'd be funny if this aura just, like, stayed until I used all of the stacks of Reawaken, and it was the same as the warrior's permanent death aura. His rage doesn't deteriorate. That's still funny to me. You heard about the storm? I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn servants sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there is so much else that was lost for good. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. We're going to learn that helping them was the trial all along at some point, maybe. Or maybe not, I don't know. I don't know what this chocobo barding is, but it's ridiculous. The dry and shrunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. I assume they have to dry them so that they can use them as a construction material. So. Orthos, that makes sense. Some manner of boat? Alphino. Eloquent as always. Boat? Boat. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then. Phone call. Hello, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over, too. Nod. Wuklamat immediately figured out how to use a phone. Congratulations. I guess link pearls probably aren't too difficult to figure out, but I can imagine it being difficult if you've never seen one before. Ah, Kona.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
I was expecting Kona to be here. I forget if I directly mentioned that last time, but I was expecting Kona to be on this path.
How much easier it would be if Soralja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu.
I was wrong with your voice.
I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
Okay, the lout is here.
You made it after all.
Glare.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed.
I recognize this
It
music.
is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga.
It's funny how they made a point of how these people are not like the Vanu, and now they're using the Vanu music during this cutscene.
In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
Thinking.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament.
Big smile.
For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Nod.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
How do I fight the crops?
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
I can't fight the crops, so I'm gonna fight you! Shut up, Bakul Jaja. Go sit in a corner.
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja.
I hope they used wind magic to comedically blast him into the sky.
Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
Yeah.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The Feat of Reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
Well, Kona's gonna win this one, like, instantly. He's got some science up his sleeves.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
Okay, so, like, Bakul Jaja, you get 1 point for thinking, maybe I could ask for help from someone with more knowledge. You lose 1 point because this probably means you're gonna try and beat the science out of him. Or
What
like,
of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you.
okay, that's kind of funny. That's a really funny way to put it also, yeah.
These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
I'm a problem.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Considering that the qualification is primarily who your father is, that's absolutely 100% true by technicality, Wuklamot. But you're also great, is the thing.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Okay, you don't always roll the R in Vidral. Funny that you called him that, though. Sucro's like, Vidral, I fight those. Sucro kill? I know that word. That's the word I fight. I learned about this. I understand not wanting to fall behind, but rushing ahead risks playing into our opponent's hands. Let's not do anything reckless and think matters through. This kind of feat is tailor-made for a rational, educated scholar like Kona. Not that I intend to gratify him with a response, but Bakul Jaja's provocations are hard to ignore. So the Hanu Hanu also eat the reeds, yet another way in which they differ from the Vanu. Wait, that's all the wrong menus. It's over here. I just don't want Boaster to be in the way of cutscenes. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves, and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Aaronville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course. Follow me. I think the real lesson that everyone is going to learn from this, and by everyone I mean probably not Bakul Jaja, and maybe not Zorolja, but the lesson that like Wuklamot and us and hold on, this music has got boingy instruments in it. I got distracted. Yeah, I feel like the lesson that Wuklamot and maybe like Kona are probably going to learn is gonna be like having a team of people to help you is good. Maybe we should consider having like a different form of government that involves more of the teamwork or something like that. Kona is science advisor. That sort of thing. We don't know that much about Kona yet. We don't know if he's an unreasonable jerk or not. But we do know Zorolja is an unreasonable jerk. Which reminds me that I made a meme that I can't post online yet because it's spoilers. But it is relevant to the stream right now. So I can put this on screen for a second. That's just Zeralja. That's just how he is. He's just like this. Well, anyway. I know she wants to do her best, but she should be careful not to make promises she cannot keep. Look at these fields. Why, this could be a painting. I wonder if we'll learn more about where Kryl picked up Pictomancer. I don't think she went into too much detail about that. I see. They irrigate the fields by diverting water from the neighboring river. It is unlikely the reeds ever dry out. So is the water a problem? And there I thought these feats would have us battling dire fiends or similar. Agriculture is a far thornier problem. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Yeah, I also thought that for a second. Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. Group nod. What counts as Erenville Set's record for world's longest sigh? I think it has to be a voiced, like, ugh. Give me strength is like approaching that, but it wasn't voiced and also not literally a sigh. The reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. I'm gonna guess there's a problem with the water supply. Somewhere. I'm just saying, I'm guessing that some of the greater lessons that the team will learn from this is that teamwork is vitally important, and possibly even maybe we should consider a form of government that involves more teamwork unless there is one ruler. And then maybe Kona will be science advisor or something, if he's not a jerk. I don't know. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. Okay, so the water needs to be tested with science. Maybe. The soil is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry or flaky. Sukro would know stuff about agriculture, but I don't know if she would know stuff about this agriculture or not. Oh, a water strider. A bit sluggish though, more of a water shambler. Alize is distracted by a cool bug. This is in character. Not to miss with the patties themselves, as far as I can tell. Sukro would also get distracted by the cool bug, though, I think. Any luck? I'll find the cause of all this any moment now. Muklamada is just going to stand there and stare at the water for like 30 minutes, hoping that it will suddenly reveal the problem to her. She's never considered that this is a bad plan. Lethargic Frog! Wow, that's my favorite Mega Man X boss. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical, it doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Amusingly enough, by seeing the cool bug, Alize has gotten the closest to noticing the problem. Aside from Sukro just now. And that's why you should always look at a cool bug. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Nod. I say this as someone who's sometimes afraid of insects, but you should look at a cool bug, I guess. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I saw a weird frog. I agree, the waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. I didn't see a weird frog, though. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water?
We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. Nod. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. That's a good point. I didn't actually even think about that. If their water has got something in it. Go on. The festival! Okay, maybe not. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal. So without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture. It is possible also that the festival is includes a rite of purification or renewal or something. The festival could have some sort of magical property that has not been used yet and needs to be refreshed. They might need to refresh their buffs, is what I'm saying. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival. Give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? She also just wants to see the festival. I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Erenville regretting his life decisions as he realizes that we're enabling her right now. Besides, this is Wuklamat's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Nod. Nod. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. Yeah, we saw that. In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it. Nod. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. But yeah, my current theory is that the festival actually has a mystical or magical property to it that is required for upkeep. Or at least assists with it. That would make a lot of sense to me given the setting. Which is to say, we are in a fantasy world with magic. Festivals have been known to hold power on occasion in worlds like these. And also the connection Wuklamat brings up between the behavior of the villagers and the creatures. So like, it makes sense from a certain point of view. Though my immediate assumption from that was just, okay, if there's something in the water, it would affect all of them. Look at the size of that thing. I hope they don't expect me to help carry it. The handles gave me pause before, but now I understand their purpose. You know, I didn't parse those as handles, but that makes sense. I've never been here during festival season, so this is all new to me too. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Inspect the festival float. Oh no, it's the blowgun minigame. It's still here. It's back again. And it's about time too, and this time, it's about a boat. Oh, the eye is missing. Minigame's over, I've already solved it. You don't need to keep doing the camera pan, the eye's missing. Look, it's missing. Is there anything else to inspect? Oh, I didn't notice that part. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Highly probable that the gemstones are one of the main sources of magic. Are there missing feathers? Is there damage on the root? The feathers are messed up on the tail. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. It's not quite the blowgun minigame. Well, I think we can all agree that this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such a poor state, due to the recent storm, I gather. Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings, no ihihana. Ihihana! That's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving it to misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a boxiksha for the missing eye, Oyopol wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of those I know. A boxiksha is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment. See? It's the gems. And the Oyopol wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the farthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. You expend what now? I mean, I guess mana is known. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. It's just people refer to mana so rarely that I forgot about it for a second. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. Mana isn't real, it can't fuel you. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. If we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Kona was sliding slowly on screen with his super high-tech Magitech festival float that he just designed in 5 seconds, and he just immediately reverses after that text box. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. Questioning Head Tilt Wuklamad Edition. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as the timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. The float might also function as an arcane device. I'd wager the float is actually a secret weapon for spiting the Hanu's foes. Or, pray continue, Alpino. Yeah, okay, we're reaching the conclusion that I kind of was. It might also be some kind of magic device. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh, Ihihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean that the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. Nod. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float a tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution to your woes. To all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Volcano to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. The three of us will visit the shipwright then. Nod. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly, let's all go together. Linu Hanu is similar to one of the Vanu Allied Society quests character names, I think. We're making progress now. The solution to Okanu's woes is as good as found. Hold on, is this person just Thancred but with an axe? Is this just Warrior Thancred? Or maybe they're just very similar. To find myself working alongside the Third Promise herself is unexpected, to say the least. Bjorn Asger. Not Thancred on purpose. Shoutouts to Bjorn. Thanks to Wuklamat, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. I wonder what manner of shipwright repairs reed-woven boats. The shipwright's name is Wook Ivu. He's a Jibral who only moved to Kozamauka a few years ago, but he has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. They wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbekbe, to the east of here. Wuklamat, you explicitly didn't remember the greeting when we got here. I have concerns. I have concerns about this. Oh, it seems they have a place where visitors can stay. Looks cozy. Look over there. Do you see that big winding staircase? Yes, I already ran up one of those earlier. Bird Town. Featuring visitors.
Is this like the first random, not Wuklamot, female Hrothgar NPC we've run into? There's probably were some in the main city that I forgot about. This is Okbekbe, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozamuuka from Tuliolol and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wook Evil, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. There were a couple unnamed ones during the intro cutscenes. Yeah, okay. Read magics that are endlessly fascinating, huh? Beware delving too deeply into the traditions that bind them to the land lest they cast their spell on you too. Thanks, Fradulja. Llamas detected. I didn't notice the little baskets on their saddles before. The llamas are so good. I mean alpacas, not llamas. The alpacas are so good. God, why is my computer so high temperature right now? Is this game making my computer run too hot? Is my computer... The fans are going. Maybe that's just what computers do. I don't know how things work. My room is already like way too warm most of the time, even when we've tried various measures to counter this, so the fact that all these games recently are just like super graphics mode is... yeah. It's not a comfortable place to be, really. We are hoping to enlist a man's aid, so it pays not to be rude in any case. I still remember one of my previous computers where the fans had stopped working, and like, it was that one cutscene in the post-Stormblood patches where Y'shtola activates the giant crystal that like crashed my computer every time until I manually made the fans 100%. It's still funny to me that Y'shtola killed my computer repeatedly. Oh ho, Kali. Oh, Kali. She's doing her best. I should mention that Wook Evil isn't only a stickler for etiquette, he's also... well, you'll find out soon enough. Maybe if I point this fan directly at the computer.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting.
Oh no.
Oh, Kali!
The comedy music.
Oh, Kali! Good. You brought your manners with you.
There's so many variants of comedy music. I think pointing this fan directly at the computer, the fan is sitting on the computer, actually helps, so that's good.
When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Good. Correct.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wuk-Lamat! Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wuk-Evu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head!
I will not. Keep your head.
Okay, so Dawntrail is the closest the main story gets to Hildebrand antics. So far. Understood.
I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then. Consider it forgotten.
That was instant. This guy's great.
How prompt.
This guy's great.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float.
One comedy theme into another.
Shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and
Uyuipo?
a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
Abokisha. I'll try to remember this. Uyuipo, Abokisha. I will forget these.
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
Okay, I won't.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
Great.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair.
I was also wrong about your
As
voice.
strange as it may sound, Wuk-Lamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
Okay, yeah, note to self, point the fan directly at the computer. This cools the
I've been there
entire
once or
room
twice.
somehow.
I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then, let's get moving.
Also probably makes the mic have less noise, maybe. Meanwhile, a lackey this song still being in use is funny to me a little bit too.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Ihihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. Third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Oh no. We're just gonna have to beat them up later. Probably. Sucro kill. A rather eccentric fellow, but I feel his heart is in the right place. Cave Kikitola is southwest of Volcano. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot. Or on motorcycle. Somehow it feels like I've already been playing for longer than I have. Oh, hey, striking dummies. Interesting shape for the striking dummies. They look like they're made for hug practice instead. I almost envy how effortlessly he can shift from one mood to its polar opposite. At least I presume he does so by choice. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Something about this battle theme makes it funnier for the music to abruptly transition to this than some of the other ones. Maybe. Look, you can see the falls at the back of the cave. These hollows must have been carved out by the constant deluge of water from above. Cave Kikitola as promised, home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. Yeah, the Shadowbringer's guitars or something, too. You can spot raw Abakisha by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave, then. You take the west half, and I'll take the east. These caves are neat. I like them. Caves are great. Oh, an Aether Current. Hold on, funny wind orb. When should I do the Aether Current side quests, I wonder? Because they like show up after you get the keystones for areas, or at least I assume as such. Which means that they might show up like right after I leave a place to go turn in the quest for having gotten the keystone, because they weren't there when I left Alpaca Zone Act 1, but they were there when I went back there later. You find the glimmer that you spied was just light reflecting off the water, and also there's a mad fish over here. Oh, I mean like the quest Aether Currents, not the ones on the map. Both of these zones are divided in half? They might be. I wish they'd stop doing that, honestly. I guess I can probably understand why. A chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. Oh. I found it before inspecting all of the points. That's unusual. I guess it makes sense to divide zones in halves. It probably also, like, probably in addition to, well, I don't know if that would also cut down on load times, in addition to how splitting the MSQ into 2 zones is meant to, like, divert player congestion. I don't actually know if splitting these zones into halves also helps with that in some way. But maybe it does. Some of the cave's inhabitants took umbrage at my presence, but it was nothing a few swishes of my brush couldn't handle. I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside of the cave? Inside the cave? Keep adding extra words by mistake. Yes, this is Abakisha. Along with Kryle's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihihana. They have a minor name gimmick to determine gender? But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. Ah, you if male, I if female. Okay. That was why you agreed to Uklamat's request despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. So I must mourn. I cannot let my grief consume me. Linu Hanu versus Lini Hanu. Okay. Hanu is always there because they're the Hanu, I think. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. I think that's the opposite of the Vanu, because I think there's a Linu Vanu, who is a girl, but I might be wrong, I'm not sure. I may have to go check, out of curiosity. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I am correct? Okay. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. Smile, nod. With that, let us return and deliver the Apokisha into Wuk-Evu's waiting hands. Wuk-Evu. But Wuk-Lamat got ambushed by a bunch of jerks somewhere, probably, or something. That makes sense, I think. It's not Linu Vanu. Right, Lina Vali of the Vanu. Okay. Or Linu. I vaguely remember some of this. Imagine if like a band of Mughals spontaneously appeared every time the battle music started or something. It's funny that they make you go back over here and up the stairs again. It's not that much of a walk. Zuko drifts. She's gonna build up blue sparks for sure on this turn. Bam. Boosting.
We just got back ourselves. Did you find the stone we needed? I hope Wuklamat's foray was as productive as ours. We've come too far to stop now. The lifting of wings must go on. Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyoipo. What of the Abokisha? Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh?
Vanu or Valley, okay.
Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now to get to work crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyoipo's conductivity. Then I'd be delighted to help.
Sucro is the sort of person who, like, waits for a second to volunteer, so she almost always gets beaten to the punch. Like, if she knew something in a class, she wouldn't be the first one to raise her hand. She'd wait to see if anyone else had. That sort of thing. That's how I'm explaining this in my mind.
Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete.
Nod. Polite, also quiet, I guess.
I'm excited to see how Ihihana turns out. The final touches are fairly routine and shouldn't take long. Go ahead and wait by the float.
This feels like we've resolved everything way too quickly compared to the previous zone. So this is definitely not it. Unless they made the pacing completely different to throw me off, which would be funny. Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, interesting. There's all these rules that I didn't know about. There's a part of my brain that's like, I should switch to Summoner for no reason, I don't know why.
As Wook Evo said, the festival really is a spectacle to behold.
Or Scholar.
Gathering the Uyoipo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wook Evo criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into an Uyoipo tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out the candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the pulls in the new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins.
And then Alpino and Alizé were destroyed by a jerk, I guess.
We should get some rest before the excitement begins.
And so they did.
Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihihana.
Huh. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okano altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claimants. Shake head. Oh, I wouldn't be so quick to count Koana out, or Kona. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like our Kona. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Nod. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. Oh, they did get back. I keep expecting them to be jumped by the jerk, who I keep forgetting the name of. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. Bakul Jaja, yeah, that one. Should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Malms. I actually didn't know that. I never put that together. So the fact that you said, I feel like I really don't need to mention this, makes it seem like it should have been more obvious to me. Oops. I never thought about that. We had a turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Aaronville's twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and the gemstone replacements crafted by Wakivu. All that's left is to attach them. Nod. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh? Who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of wings is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Uklamat, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then why anchor? I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Uklamat. I have rules for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozunoaki, where the sacred likeness of Kijaihi is ensconced. Help. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wokivu is finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wokivu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. And we shall see to clearing it end to end. Nod. That other two-headed Mamulja is like a boss fight, right? With my lack of combat skills, I would only get underfoot. Happy hunting. I'll get to work. By the time you're done mashing monsters, the float will be good as new. The Hihana procession often runs afoul of territorial creatures on their way to Kozanouki. I would greatly appreciate you removing those threats in advance. I forgot to mention that the other thing that the side quests in the other area did was they brought up the traditional Mamulja bathing dance again. They pulled that thing I didn't want to hear about from Realm Reborn back up. It's still banned here, apparently. Apparently it's still unfathomable and terrible. Weapons at the ready. We'll make short work of this task. If the float functions as I think it does, I would not be surprised if it were attracting the creatures. The concentration of ether would be an irresistible lure. Yeah, I could also do without that. The degree to which Wokivu pursues his interest is remarkable. Apparently, his studies of the Kozamauka region were so invigorating that he decided to move here and immerse himself in the culture. I didn't expect it to come up in the MSQ, but that's good to know. As Linuhanu said, Kozanouki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches. Then something about bridges in the stride of the sun? Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've called all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kijai. I keep, like, stumbling way less over these names than I thought I would, like in the last couple text boxes, but I don't know if I'm getting them correct. I can only hope that I'm getting close. The music immediately stopping. Hey, you didn't get stunned. That's funny. That is kind of funny. Kryl has painted a turtle to death. Kryl, why does your artist palette get to have colors on it? Why do you get a bespoke brush? I told you, you don't need to watch over me anymore. By the way, related to Pictomancy, I'm guessing that now that I have both of the new jobs at or above 90, they will, and I've done both the quest lines, that's like the maximum likeliness for them to be mentioned at any point, so that square may happen. I assume you'd have to unlock them and then level them and so on. Also, maybe it makes sense for Sucro to be a Viper, because I've stated she's probably basically like a mime. She's mimicking the trailer, clearly. He doesn't even know it. Ah, we found where the Chow round fruit grow. Are these like coconuts or something then, maybe? Something similar? Oh, hey, Wuklamat. Ha! That one's down. Sure is. Oh, yeah. I think you actually mentioned that we had seen them at some other point. Like last time. Alphino has killed frogs. At this rate, we'll soon have the route to Kozanowaki secured. It's probably Kozanouki or Owaki. No, I mean, like, I think in the last time when I mentioned the chameleon Mamolja, you said that you thought we'd seen them somewhere before. That was before any of them showed up as important characters. Oh, interesting. Now this is my kind of busy work. You know what? While we're at it, while we're here, and by here I mean in the video game, I guess. What is this Wondrous Palace hard mode? Wait. No, I don't mean Explorer mode, I mean unsynced. Notably different. Let's go look. This is also featuring the outdated speech patterns, I guess, I forgot about. Oh, I forgot about that. Yep. You are a dope bro. Yeah. But still, indeed. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, we also have the chameleon ones here with some of the enemy types. Boniwa. I'm probably gonna struggle to remember names and stuff. It's kind of funny how much more linear the hard mode version of this dungeon is compared to the basic one, now that I think about it. Yeah, there's a bunch of names and terms in languages that I'm not familiar with, or based on languages that I'm not familiar with, so... Does it? Is there an ice cream pop that looks like this? Maybe there is. Are you also Boniwa? You are. You are indeed. Something about the explanation that they're all retroactively doing a bit. Like, it's really impressive how dedicated they are to the bit then, even when they're dying or very surprised. Like, yeah. I vaguely remember that boss mechanic also. Right. Slime. The slime is still blurry. Yeah, the revving noise of the chainsaw is really faint. Unless you're like zoomed in. And there you are. Oh. I forgot that was an attack. Again. When you activate Awakening, that is also a hit for some reason. You just yell and things explode. I guess so. Sukro is very powerful. Ah, you are a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kijai. Kijai, probably. The Hanu deity of the harvest. Even their sacred images are woven with reeds. It reminds me of something I saw in Academia Uniter. Very interesting, specific response. I was half expecting a flying whale. Reminds me of something I saw in a very specific place once. One of the ancients' creations. I don't think that counts for Ascian, no. The Ancients and the Ascians are not the same group. Though they have overlap, they're not identical. 'Tis possible a vestigial memory of that time endured, a subconscious recollection from the inheriting soul providing the basis for an entirely new religion. I have no idea what that means. As far as I know, Kijahi was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent, and mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linuhanu? He'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. She's actually just very excited to ride on the float, I think. More than anything. Meanwhile, in Okanu... Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, I was worried about this.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you.
Nobody likes this guy. These guys.
Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
Wow. Aaronville pulls out a gun.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry.
Aaronville pulls out a phone. The voice acting is very
She's
good,
on her way
yes.
back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Linuhanu, no! You're gonna get killed.
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Wuklamat with the steel chair. Probably. Yeah, the Mystic was getting... Yep. Not quite a steel chair, but...
What?
I mean...
I put everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Sucro with the steel chair. Yay! The steel chair has chainsaws on it.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Kona with a gun. I can't imagine there's an actual fight here for some reason. I feel like something is gonna happen.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre.
But that's what he wants to happen.
What's more, We have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expand the effort, sweating gnats. Lucky for you. Eh?
You're definitely a boss fight at the end of a dungeon or something later.
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
What does that mean?
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
The smiling of the Hanu. Bird smile. Yeah, it is kind of that computer generate me an image thing. I don't know the origin of that, but I do think about it sometimes.
I'm glad we kept afloat out of Bakul Jaja's clutches, but gods, he brushed me aside like I was a bothersome gnat. He literally said that. Given the nature of the right of succession, I expect such altercations are inevitable. I'm thankful we made it back before anyone was seriously injured. He waited for us to leave so he could steal the float, a coward and a thief. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's that poor manners often betray poor character. A tense encounter. I'm thankful Alphino thought to share those link pearls.
Quality idea, for sure. A+.
Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well not have been there at all. Nonsense! You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave.
Also, Wuklamat did the rally gesture, which reminds me that I'm pretty sure that I think they changed the icon for rally. Like, I don't think it was this before. Let me move it over. I don't think that was the icon for rally before. I think it's a new icon for rally specifically for Dawntrail. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. That looks unfamiliar to me. I don't know what it was before either. But now it's more indicative of what it is. I wonder if any of these icons or any of these other ones are new. Was it the same pose? Wonder if I can find out. Wonder if I can find the old icon. Well, that icon's the same. I don't know why I thought it was new then. I guess I just never noticed it before. Well, never mind.
I was so afraid Wuklamat would come to harm. Okanu has seen enough death.
This also reminds me, I still need to show, since I didn't save the clip of it, I still need to show the thing I was talking about with the Aura voice for voice samples. Because those are important.
With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh, Kali! See, I remember! I'm surprised we're not being given this as an emote. With the chat mode in say, make sure to type this word correctly or embarrass yourself. Great. Don't tell me you've forgotten the greeting. Fine, watch closely. Ho ho Kali! That's a good point. Time to type this hopefully correctly. Chat mode, say, with my new keyboard that I also am not used to typing on. I got another new keyboard recently. Oh Kali. Is that how I'm spelling it? I think that's correct. Yes. Oh Kali! The festival is about to begin. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Yeah. I hope I'm doing well enough at reading and pronouncing them. I can at least press enter and then up in order to see, in order to like cue the thing that I already said again, so I don't have to type it every time. Oh Kali! What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, and not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save. I mean, what? Frankly, I was surprised I couldn't say that during the Pictomancer questline. There was a time when it would have been relevant. Oh, Kali! Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do, what to do. Oh, cool drone. Air Wheeler M9. Okay. I have to wonder why I keep perceiving the frame rate as being a little sketchy when it says over 120. What is happening? Is my monitor messed up? Are my eyes messed up? Is my brain messed? Well, yes, but never mind. Anyway, the Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. Nod. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. It was jittering like that in Elden Ring as well, is the thing. So, I don't know. But you always said you didn't see it. I mean, I guess that's because the stream is broadcast in a different frame rate as well, so
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
She's just very excited to be on the float, I think. Maybe don't... Well, I guess your axe is probably fine on the float.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning.
Questioning head tilt?
It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers. A commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
I'm looking at, like, the awning on this thing and wondering if Golul Jaja had to, like, crouch. Because he is very tall. But I don't have a good, like, measure of exactly how tall. Did he sit? I don't know.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her!
I guess they could remove the canopy, yeah, that's true.
Ready and...
Good.
I could get used to this.
There they go. The victory music is very funny.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again.
She's so excited.
We've not had the honor since you were here, Golul Jaja.
They're all so excited.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Kozanowaki. I was close-ish. Sometimes. Meanwhile, Kona, like, sneaks up and installs ultra technology and then leaves. We haven't seen Kona again yet. Gasp. This is...
Well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
Also, this is like close to an object being handed over in a cutscene, kind of. An object is being held. Wait, does it say an object is being held or handed over in the bingo? Hold on, I'm getting distracted. Oh, my ether. An object in a cutscene is visible when handed over. Okay.
Concentrating and amplifying the energy.
So this is not correct yet.
Keshaihi then receives
Keshaihi.
energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Maybe it's been a while since they did this. But no, the laser eyes are completely just like, you know, special effects. You know. Upset about what? The fact that the festival is magical? Is it like upsetting that a cultural tradition has been given... Oh, about the we forgot it's magic thing. I just assume it's been a long time where they previously did it when the fields were like not in such a bad shape, so it was less noticeable in some way. Though this is this is a quite immediate benefit though.
Like a literal charm.
This is a little bit silly about how immediately it fixed everything.
Was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
Yeah, that is also possible. People have been known to do a bit in this realm.
I told you, didn't I? Spectacular. Even deprived of their usual sustenance, the Hanu seemed invigorated the moment the festival began. Ihihana truly is magical. I wasn't sure what to expect, but the festival was admittedly impressive. I was too quick to dismiss the idea that the float had arcane properties. I think I wanted to believe that no one knew more about Ihihana than me. As it turns out, there are many things I have yet to learn. With their fields rejuvenated, the Hanu too might finally replenish their flagging reserves of ether. I'd like to take a turn riding the float. What? It looked like fun. Don't pretend the thought didn't cross your mind.
Welcome to the fields of gold made beautiful again by you and yours. We had disappointing harvests for some time. I think this implies that it's been a while since the last festival, and they also said that the festival, well, they said they hadn't carried the Dawn's Promise since Gulul Jaja, but that doesn't mean they haven't done the festival since then. But like, it might have been a while. But it does seem to be implied in a variety of ways that it's been a while since they did this. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Oh, it wasn't clear to me if the last time they did the festival was with Gulul Jaja or if he was just the last Dawn's Promise on the float. Because they could have carried the float with someone else or nobody or something. But then again, that would also reduce the magic of it, because they said the person in the float was important for that. So I don't know. There's a lot of factors here.
Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished.
I also, one thing I'll once there's a line of dialogue, I'll say something here, so I'm not interrupting.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
One thing I really like about this, actually, is with the split path, is there are varying degrees of success. Like, for the alpaca one, like, Wuklamat did the whole trading quest, and then, like, got a regular alpaca, and that was contrasted with the golden alpaca and all that. So, like, she did a lot, and she succeeded a lot, but it wasn't, like... But there was also, like, someone else who won, and, like, they won in a different way. And in this path, we haven't seen Kona at all again. And like Wuklamat and company sort of like arrived at this conclusion and did this great achievement on their own, mostly. So there's like varying degrees of people succeeding at the trials in different ways, and that's neat. I'm glad it's not just like Wuklamat does everything right, or Wuklamat screws everything up. It's good.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Yeah, it seems really heavily implied by lines like this that it's been a long time since they've done the thing, I guess.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task.
I assume Kona's gonna swoop in with technology any second now.
The float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper.
Also, we have confirmation here that the festival does not always have results this impressive. So, like, this gives some explanation to how they didn't notice it was always magical. So basically, you can only really get mad at this is if you like judge it instantly or refuse to like put together clues from surrounding context, I guess. Like it seemed a little bit, it is maybe a little bit silly that it like seems to solve so much so quickly. But also they explain it plenty. I think people are probably just trying to get mad at stuff.
We have been lax in maintaining the float.
See?
Diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana.
They're explaining it explicitly now. How could anyone? I guess they just stopped thinking after they got mad, if they were mad about this. This is funny. They're just directly explaining it. Nod. There he is. There's the guy.
Connor!
Science Cat is here.
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Elixir. Alphina's eyes like twitching, like looking around nervously in that cutscene. Wow, that even looked the same as the festival results.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
I don't see the racism in any of this. Which is why, like, my initial reaction to you saying people were mad was like, were they mad that they turned a cultural traditional thing into a magic problem-solving tool? Is that the perception that people were having? Because, like, I could see being annoyed by that, maybe, more than I could see being annoyed by the, like, the story thing. Is the perceived racism that the thing didn't work until we came along and helped? I guess that would make sense as well. But I think they provided a lot of context and explanation for how all of this makes sense. Yeah, the birds forgot it was magic. It's because they hadn't maintained the float and like it's been a long time and so on. Been a long time since they did it in a proper state and such.
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity.
Kona, have you been making relic weapons while you were gone? Concoction that enhances ethereal conductivity is like 50 different things used in every relic questline. I've solved this with poetics. Yeah, they did also seem to be implying that a bit too, that's true.
It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current.
Hello, welcome.
Thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the Studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Gasp.
Archon allies?
Actually, hey, yeah, that's kind of important. What do you mean?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology.
I don't know if Wuklamat disagrees with that statement.
Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Okay, now we can disagree with your statements, Kona. Look. While you shouldn't be beholden to tradition, it's still important for, like, culture to exist. My dude. Like, this float is a key component of their culture. You can't just discard it because you have science juice, okay? I just finished. Well, welcome. I'm going through at a relaxed pace, I would say. Doing my best with the voice acting and the pronouncing of things. I did the Viper and the Pictomancer stuff. I have solved the human problem called tradition.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamat. It achieved the same result.
So, what I'm putting together so far is that, aside from Wuklamat, everyone, all the rest of the competitors here have the problem of being too extreme with their chosen method. We've got Science Cat, who cares only for science. We've got War Lizard, who cares only for war. And we've got an asshole who cares only for being the best kind of guy because he's got two heads instead of one. He doesn't really have a method. He just wanders around being a jerk and saying he's the best. That is true. I guess, like... I guess it would, like... I don't know if reliance on trade would be a major problem, because they would also have things they could trade back, I assume. Like, there's plenty of stuff we've already run into that's, like, unique to this area. And, like, trade generally is probably good. Correctly calling her the conservative candidate? I mean, in this case, I guess in some sense of the word, that's technically true. But in the context of modern political atmosphere from the lens of someone outside of the game world, I don't think that would be true. Or it's just that, and my perspective is altered by America, because that's where I live, and I don't know a lot about other places, to be honest. I don't know a lot about America either, to be honest. I don't know. I would personally say I don't know a lot. Full stop. But, like, that's equal parts me being down on myself and also the fact that there's just a lot to know. That's basically accurate, Vorpy, I think. Oh, I can bring up this image of Zululja that I had on screen earlier again. Now that you're here and mentioning this and didn't see it earlier. That's basically his whole deal. Yeah. You will regret this.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
My expectation is that Warmonger First Son might learn something along this journey. Catboy Technocrat is more likely to learn stuff, and Racial Supremacist is going to get killed. Or at least, like, thoroughly humbled. Or at least thoroughly wounded. Those are my guesses.
I did. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
It's funny you say that, Aya, because, like, Bakul Jaja was about to just arbitrarily kill people for no reason himself. So it's hard, it's like he doesn't care about any laws, so, you know.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
If you said to Bakul Jaja directly, if it weren't for the laws of this land, I'd have killed you by now, he would laugh and say, laws are for the weak. The only law is that of the strong, or some nonsense like that. Oh, this is actually a Calico setup I used prior to Dawntrail. I used this for the Final Fantasy XVI crossover stream. Those were simply the spectacles I could find, but in light of the faceware slot, that does make sense. But this is like meant to emulate the flat cap Sucro wore a bit. He gets one of his heads cut off. That would be interesting. And yeah.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
I feel like if you said that to Bakul Jaja, the Mystic Head would laugh at you for your bad ability to count or something. I don't know. You say that, and I'm assuming that's not because he's literally an end of dungeon boss, but I think he probably is an end of dungeon boss. That's my guess. I think that was in the benchmark. I'm not sure. You have future knowledge, so that sentence isn't entirely correct. But anyway. Was that Golul Jaja again? Okay. Boop. This one's a different color.
5 more to go.
And on to the next.
Okay, bye. Okay, that's funny. You didn't even get a chance. That, like, text box auto-advanced.
Celebration. That's Kona for you.
I think that's a good moment of auto-advancing text that you can't do anything about. Like, it goes away because he leaves the screen immediately without your input. I feel like that's auto-advance used for character.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season.
I want to see Kona's funny solutions to all the problems we don't see him solve. I want to see his catch a wild alpaca solution. Like, I'm wondering, does he have a mystery liquid for every problem, or does he just have technology for every problem? Does he have, like, an alpaca capture gun? Does he play Ape Escape, but with alpacas? How does this work? Does he have, like, a funny laser net? I think that's how Ape Escape works. I've never played it. I'm also just imagining, like, Kona walking up to the alpaca pen and pulling out a mystery concoction and pouring it on the ground, and an alpaca sprouts out of the drop of liquid, just, like, fully formed. And he's, like, done. Just nonchalantly. It was with the aid of my Archon allies that I could make this liquid alpaca agent.
As Dawn Servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
Wuklamat, the only one befriending anybody in this entire process.
These are interesting times indeed.
God, I wouldn't be too surprised. Bakul Jaja being like, let the strongest niches fight each other to determine the ruler. They run into a Sneech that has two bellies somehow. One with a star and one without.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Ah, so you just stole his concoction.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Wait. Wait a minute. Like, you can't see this. Did I accidentally activate an expression emote at some point? Because in my chat log, there's S-Funk forces a smile. Which one is forces a smile? When did that happen? Oh, fake smile? Did I accidentally activate fake smile somehow? I don't know how that happened. Have I been paying attention to quest rewards? Like, what do you mean? Like the coffers and stuff? There's some, oh yeah, we talked about that a little bit, because the Night World silver piece cropped up. And it was pointed out that that's from the first. That was actually... I still have this, apparently. Or this is a different one that I got at some point from here. But yeah, there's some slightly odd things, at least. Where has Bakul Jaja gone, I wonder? And what did his follower mean by their other prospect? I didn't even realize the Night World silver piece was unusual. Because I was just like, okay, yeah, they give you gold rewards sometimes. I didn't think about it. But everyone reacted to that, so... I'm curious as to who these Archons the second promise mentioned could possibly be. Alcona seems a decent sort. He strikes me as a man who likes to keep others at a distance. Well, yeah, he's ranged physical DPS. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're ranged magical DPS. You should get it a little bit. That makes 2 out of 7 keystones. So far, so good. My journey has just started and I've already met so many wonderful people. Book Evo for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linuhanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Jabaliv T. I will continue to do my best with the funny words that they're not funny words, they're just words. Funny is just an adjective I use too freely. I will continue to do my best with the various words that appear. Funny is an adjective that describes Sucra. She's a funny cat. It's an adjective I respect. Anyway, it's time for lounge music again. By the way, have I mentioned how ridiculously good the rain effects are yet on stream? Like everywhere looks amazing when it's raining. The Hanu's festival must be as central to their traditions as the sun drop dances to the Vanu. Wait, they have partial clothes soaking technology? I've not forgotten our obligations to Uklamat, but it's moments like these when we can immerse ourselves in the cultures of others that fill me with anticipation for the new experiences this adventure will bring us. I don't think the partial technology applies to when it's raining and you have an umbrella. Because Sucra has become generally shinier. I pray we don't cross paths with Bakul Jaja at the next feat. But even if we do, we've made a good start on these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. I noticed Sir Al-Jah was not at the Hanu village. Yet in a contest like this one, 'tis only a matter of time until the claimants are pitted against each other in direct competition. When Wuklamat declared her intention to save the festival, I feared where it would lead us. I'm glad to see my concerns were unfounded. The specific traveling with so large and diverse a group is unfamiliar to me. She could see me now. Who? If who could see you, Erinville? Erinville, tell us your deal challenge. God. But yeah, like, the rain plus the lighting. Look at this. Behold it. Creative Studio 3 plus Monster Hunter team full collaboration sounds outrageous. Do you think Erinville is deliberate with how he mutters such mysteriously vague phrases just out loud enough so that we hear them? Do you think he's doing this on purpose? I think he probably is doing this on purpose. Look at us! The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Erinville, tell us your deal. Mescal Marinated Swamp Monk. See, this quest reward makes sense. The success of others, 91. Something I thought of that I should probably do, since this is within my power. Stream information. Continuing MSQ. Edit. Level 91. I will update the level whenever the level updates, just to make sure nobody sees any spoilers they don't want to. As best I can. He was perceptive enough to see through the frog, that's true. I would not be surprised if Erinville eventually revealed combat capabilities or developed them, like Kryl did. If he isn't doing this on purpose, it's a huge blind spot. Like he's unintentionally super vague and mysterious without realizing it. That would be funny. Wow, it stopped raining. But look at the texture on these tiles. Good grief. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. Nod. So it would seem. By continuing to retrace Gulu Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn.
Then let's visit the giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful.
That'd be funny if that particular line was slightly different. And yeah, it would make sense if Erenville wasn't so good at people. He's basically said as much. Or like he's repeatedly mentioned that it's different from traveling alone in a way that seemed vaguely like wistful. I feel like that's probable. Like, but at the same time, he like knows how to talk to people when he needs to, so. And he knows like what to do when he needs to do something. The home of the Yakhui is in the upper reaches of Urkelpacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around to Kozamauka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. Questioning Hettel? The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Group nod. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course. What do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Ah, is this leading into Dungeon 1? Because that starts on a boat raft thing. Go wait outside, Sucro? Wait outside what? Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. I feel like when you say, Wuklamat, are you prepared to accept any method of travel? It's going to deal with how she doesn't do well with boats again. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachumeki Meki and the good person to know. Want to come along? Nod. Marine alpaca. Let's go then. Ready? The markets of Wachumeki Meki are to the east on the other side of Bayside Bepi. Uklamat is now accompanying you. Alright, they don't want me to just teleport there. I think they explained what Wachumeki Meki means in the language in the live letter. But it does also sound like that. Which might be part of why they chose it. Spicy tacos are being enjoyed over here. Tacos have not yet been presented successfully. Discuss the tacos. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Tisol. If you're after the best tacos in Tuliolo, this place sits at the top with Jibali of tea. You say that, I promise, but you only ever eat old Buruk Ibu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Tisol, it has been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. Come on down to Auntie's Tacos. We've got a wide range of options from healthy to hearty, plus a variety of salsas to choose from. This is our flagship location, by the way, or at least it will be when I get around to opening a second branch. We've even got, like, That kind of looks like boba or something in the back there. They've actually got it like stuff grilling and all that. A lot of attention to detail. Ah, and more nameless female Hrothgar NPCs. The female Hrothgar tend to stand out a bit because they're new, and I'm like, I see they're using the new people available whenever I notice one. Wait, is there a giant chunk of cheese? I will investigate this for you. I think that's corn. I think that's a corn. Actually. If that's the skewer you meant, anyway. I have seen corn in such a place. There's always corn. One of my emotes should just be corn, maybe, because corn is funny. Corn side quests. No, I haven't done any side quests in Tuliolo as of yet. The only side quests I've done have been, oh yeah, there is just an emoji for corn. The only side quests I've done have been the miscellaneous side quests that aren't for ether currents in Alpaca Zone or Kapachi. I want to do this on screen? Everyone is clamoring for Corn Quest? Alright then. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Everyone's clamoring for corn. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tyrol's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? It's child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Sucro, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salts. I brought her here to meet you, actually, though she might have reason to visit Wachumeki Meki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Sucro. Howdy. I'm a cat. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Huh, I've seen that man somewhere before. As have I. Oh, you were on the boat, right. Gasp. I forgot. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Von Jean Tain? Yes, that was his name. Thank you, Wuklamat, for having as much difficulty with names as I do. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... Well, okay, bye. And we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. Nod. Alright. Culinary import. Corn of necessity. It seems like you were wrong on both guesses about the name of the corn quest, but it does exist over here. I thought this guy's first name was Real. Like, this is the real Brax. Don't be fooled by imitators. Oh. Oh. I know of you. I know of you, Corn. I have seen you before. Oh, right. Burpee, you haven't been here, so you don't know there's a bingo. I made a bingo.
It's Corn.
I also still have the bucket list over here. But yeah, we have a bingo. Or at least I have a bingo. So far we've got Bosnia was mentioned for some reason, Sucro's a cat, Pictomancer quests reference Bob Ross, and mind-numbing pun or reference in a quest name. The one that checked that off was an abrupt tone shift in the Pictomancer quests into a Blue's Clues joke from something very sad, which made me go, God damn it, and I think that counts.
Corn, you need to choose Hashido, Nor, No, or Smash Brothers?
Yeah, I know, but like, still. Corn of necessity. Oh, we win corn for this. You happen upon a curious cob of corn that almost seems alive. Corn. Rustle, rustle. The rustling of this corn sounds not unlike a dejected sigh, and you could swear it's looking out at the ocean. Okay, what voice do I give corn? Oh, woe is me! What's the matter? Corn surprised. You can see me? Nod. Oh, blessed be! For countless ages I have watched over these lands. When man first tilled her soil, I was there. When they partook of her bounty, I was there. A silent guardian of the harvest, my presence unmistakable. I've decided to voice this corn dramatically. Yet the passage of time would bring change to the people. They began to forget the old ways, forget me. I traveled the lands hither and yon, yet no matter where I went, I remained unseen and unheard. I feared before long I might shock this nigh immortal cob. I want you to know I'm putting my hand to my chest dramatically as I speak. Yet here at the last, I found a kindly soul, able and willing to lend me an ear. Corn pun. But will she lend me a hand as well, I wonder? I wish to help the people of Tyrol, fill their hearts and bellies both, lest their hunger invite terrible misfortune. All that are born into this world are deserving of happiness, would you not agree? So let them eat, I say, eat corn and be merry. Alas, I cannot reach them in my diminished state, but you can. And so I shall bequeath unto you the most delectable corn dishes, which are then to be distributed to the masses. What say you? Nod. Such selflessness, such compassion. How long has it been since last I met a soul so grossly incandescent? Did this corn just Dark Souls me? I've been blasted by this. My brain blasted. Grossly incandescent is such a specific phrase. Surely it exists outside of the context of Solaire, but also I can't help but make the association.
Praise the Dawntrail.
The Dawntrail? Calico's pronunciation of things is interesting. I am but a humble stock basking in the warmth of your generous heart. Trying to remember what Solaire sounded like. Definitely much lower in pitch than I'm doing. I could do a Solaire voice for the call. Well, my friend? Nah. Turtles be off. I would need a muffled voice filter for that. Leave it to me. The curious corn spirit has elected to be referred to as the corn servant. Speak with him again when you're ready to spread corn and happiness to the masses. Corn accepted. They should have had a bespoke quest accepted thing specifically for this.
Dawntrail, the new expansion of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
True. Dawntrail. Goodness, how long has it been since last man has partaken of my corn? I can hardly wait. The hungry bellies of Tyrol cry out for satiation. Let us sally forth. Ah, thank you for making a clip of some kind. The corn servant is now following you. All right. Behold, corn. Oh, what am I to do now? I'm like to starve at this rate. Wait, did I just like Mario Super Show Luigi you by accident? I think I did. I think you're Luigi now. His belly, it speaks to me. I bid you offer him this grilled corn seared to perfection with the hope that yet burns in my corny bosom. Alrighty then. Want some corn? Is that grilled corn for me? Luigi? Apparently? That's awful kind of you. I'm new to Toyolo and it's been pretty hard. Harder since I lost my job. I've been so hungry lately I can barely think straight. But the smell of this corn with its smoky sweet aromas brighten my day. I can hardly wait to eat it. Feels like maybe my luck is starting to turn around. Thank you, miss. I won't forget this. Okay, that fist bump coinciding with the abrupt drums of daytime was pretty great. If there are any other side quests that you'd like me to do on stream instead of like idly on my own time, point them out when they show up, I guess, but not like in advance. Don't be like, hey, do the side quest in the last area called Emmett Selk is back and he has popcorn or whatever. Don't, because that could be a spoiler, obviously.
Perhaps I'll simply skip breakfast today.
A belly and a heart both in dire need of nourishment. Here, take of my cob. Let its earthy scent and savory flavors offer her comfort. I guess popcorn is accidentally relevant. Grilled corn? My husband loved grilled corn. Life simply isn't the same without him. One moment I think I'm fine, then suddenly I find myself brought to tears. Even eating has been a struggle, but I know he wouldn't want me to mourn him. Thank you for this. I'll try to do better for his sake and mine. Surprise, the corn is sad. What if I talk to you? This is hardly the idle time for chatter, my friend. We have bellies to fill. I think my corn voice is getting more outrageous as time goes on. I think the fact that I have to say the phrase my corn voice is inherently outrageous. I was debating about what to do the MSQ as, because it would make the most practical sense for me to do it as summoner or scholar, because all of my retainers are summoners for some reason. I did this to myself. And, I got Viper and Pictomancer to 90 to see their quest lines. As you can see, for now I've elected to go with Viper, but Summoner and Scholar are a higher level than it. Because I was doing like main story roulette and frontlines roulette with Scholar. So I didn't have to like stress too much about being a healer when I'm suddenly nervous about that again, but yeah. Warrior is something I'm thinking about too, because I mentioned earlier, Paladin is my favorite tank, but Warrior is the most useful one to have leveled up because they can solo things they shouldn't, is how I put it. Like, I can solo treasure maps with Warrior. And they have even more regen now, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that was the same when they introduced one in 7.05 or whatever. I'm so hungry, but I have no money. I have no money. May the gods forgive me for what I'm about to do. Did you hear that, friend? His belly weeps from hunger.
Pray offer him this corn. Let its smoky sweetness give him comfort and deliver him from foul temptation. Corn. Is this grilled corn for me? Truly? My stomach has been in knots for days, thank you. It shames me to admit it, but I tried my hand at gambling and lost everything. I was so desperate for food, I was tempted to do terrible, terrible things. This corn has filled my aching stomach and helped to clear my head. Oh, what a fool I've been. It's time I start over and get my life together. Wow, that's the power of corn. The rumbling of bellies in need has ceased. Come, let us find a quiet place to speak. Oh, right. Oops. That does sound like warrior. Corn. Full glad am I to have helped the people of Tuliolo. Indeed, my kernels swelled with joy at the sight of their happy and content faces. Yeah, directly in the middle of the main road. There's no one else here, it's fine. And you, friend, your kindness cannot go unrewarded. Meet me at the gate over yonder, and I will see you duly compensated for your trouble. I mentioned this on a recent stream as well, I think, actually. But the one time I was like, I bet I could probably do a roulette as Reaper. Let's try trial roulette. It threw me at Athena, and I was like by far the worst DPS in the party. And I died like a couple times, I think. And I was like, I'm never gonna play melee DPS again. But then swords go buzz. So, you know, whatever. There you are. I hope our little excursion was as fulfilling for you as it was for me. It is a terrible thing to be hungry. Unattended bellies are quick to fill themselves with pain and anguish, feelings that will lead the heart astray. Thanks to you, my corn has sated the hunger that would otherwise invite misery to this place. From the bottom of my cob, I thank you. Pray, take of my corn. May these kernels keep your belly full and spirits lifted. Now I really must be going. While the people of Tuliolo may be content, there are other hungry souls out there in need of nourishment. Until we meet again! I'm assuming this is an entire quest line, and now the corn will be elsewhere. It's an ingredient. I cannot eat this corn by itself. I assume the corn will travel throughout the realms of Dawntrail. And thus I will interact with it more in the future. You're gonna have to be more specific about that. We haven't run into actually any duty support yet. So I would say probably not yet. Yeah, because we haven't seen any duty support yet. We haven't gotten to a dungeon. Here we are again in the probably the role quest line building. Jikama? I'm not aware of what that is. What is that? Please tell me more. I am curious. A root vegetable from Central America.
Jicama is a crunchy root native to Mexico where the food also goes by yam bean, Mexican turnip, or Mexican potato.
Imagine if eating a raw potato was good. Crispy, high water content, kind of fresh taste, a little bit sweet, otherwise kind of like that. Interesting. I can imagine that being pretty good, probably. I'm not the best judge of food because I have a vendetta against it, and also my sense of taste is permanently damaged, I think, due to chronic sinus problems, but sounds pretty good. I don't know where this freaking guy is. I'm on a roof though. Where's this freaking guy? I see a vista instead. That seems understandable. You know, maybe I should... Hold on. I have an idea. Let me... I have to find... Lookout. I'm gonna put it on my bar if I can find it anywhere. There it is. Yeah, I knew I would have. I knew I would want to unlock sightseeing stuff early, so I could do that too. Also, I saw the Iron Heart before the quest was available, and I'm like, you, give me the log. So. I also am reading them, the logs, but like not out loud, but I'm looking at them. Alright, back to where's the freaking guy quest. They gave me a wide area. Oh, there you are. I just didn't go in this direction. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. I love how this game has like enough comedy themes to like fill a Mega Man stage select screen by now. If for some reason you were fighting comedy themes instead of robots. There might be like 8 of them. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? I don't know if a weird noise came through the mic just then, or not. Please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? No noise, okay. I beg of you, do not ask me to explain, do not! Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind, so be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolo, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ul'dah. Estame's Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence, crippling doubt it possessed me, and even the bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores, yet as you witnessed, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then, you offered the morsel and then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? Of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Oh dear.
Well, when you put it that way,
When you put it that way, Wuk Lamat takes a lot of emotional damage immediately.
Not me, I'm Wuk Lamat, the promise of Tuliolo. Daughter of the Dawn Servants. Oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting?
You can't measure your worth by the success of others, or on occasion. This line is laser targeted at my depression. Oops. The emotional damage is me too now. Oh no. Critical hit. Critical direct hit. Guaranteed. Like a hammer made of paint.
You can't measure your worth by how well others do.
I think Sucro has trouble believing this as well, but she can say it.
How can I not? Should my work not meet with the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. Well, then what's the point of my becoming a goldsmith?
Yeah, I've heard tell of emotional moments existing in the vaguest terms possible, like, they got me. Again.
Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients. I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what's truly important.
That felt like an entire, like, quest line in miniature.
What is truly important?
Truly important, like drums! Okay, that's enough. ...
Oh, sorry, Sucro. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance.
Oh, level 92. There it is. Uncoiled fangs. Oh, now I have another... Now I have more double weaving to do.
I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley.
Oh yeah, I only know of that from the live letters. They've shown like a place that looks like some sort of old western town. I'm guessing that's what you might mean. Someone might even say howdy. I think the only thing about Tuliolo so far that's confusing me is the map layout. Like all this down here, well, you can only sort of see it. Like all these structures, it makes the elevation hard to make out from the map itself. But these are like awnings and such. It just confuses me a little bit because like the ramp here, the stairs or whatever are disguised. So It's a little bit tough to tell where I am and where I'm going at times. Tacos confirmed addictive. You can do this, Fontaine. Wooklamat immediately cheering for someone she barely knows. Very Wooklamat. It was kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Yeah, I'm guessing that the other city is the post-game hub more than this one. But let's not talk too much about places I haven't been, even if I know about them a little bit. Just before anyone does. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fontaine, and I am a goldsmith from Uldar in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachumeki Meki, if you'll have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachumeki Meki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. Now, sage is one of the other jobs. I'm not healing right now. I don't know I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. Something about seeing Wooklamat answer a Link Pearl is just inherently funny first, and I don't really know why. Maybe it's because she was a little bit, like, confused by it for a second, but also just something about Wooklamat answering the Link Pearl, I don't know. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Nod. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachumeki Meki artisan. Her ears were covered in 6.55 by a hat, I believe. Like, all of the time. Oh, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. So one of the squares on the bingo is object handed over in cutscene, and they cut that in such a very specific way that it was like a funny absence of that even. Like they zoomed in just a little bit to her doing sheath weapon. That was way funnier than it needs to be. But yeah, she was definitely wearing a hat before because there was a big deal of her removing it in one of the opening Dawntrail cutscenes. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. Nod. As for us, we should head to the harbor. Head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Nod. I think if Wooklamat wasn't so eager to rush into everything, she would want to keep Erenville waiting because it would be funny. I know better than to hold myself to an impossible standard. The only thing that matters is the joy my craft can bring to others. I have to try and remember this myself. I may not have many viewers, but people seem to like being here when they're here. All the same, if you're enjoying the stream, please feel free to spread the word and other such things if you would like. I would appreciate it. I wandered through the Bayside markets and found earrings almost identical to mine. They indeed seem to be a common travel charm, just as Mablu described. I wonder what Erenville's alternate means of travel is. Boat 2, the sequel to Boat. Probably.
All that waiting was making me hungry, so I tried a taco from both Jabalia Tea and Auntie's. I think I prefer Titsal's spicier flavors.
Yeah, that fits. Alize likes spicy food. Also, the only tacos have been off-screen except for the ones that got destroyed so far.
I want to re-examine the Tuliolo saga. Should we continue apace, we shall soon come face to face, or rather face to knee, with those enormous Yakui. I am told some of them tower over even the hulking Galul Jaja.
I'm glad it's fun to watch me play this.
Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours?
Look there. That is my big plan. Oh, it's the dungeon platform.
What is that?
It's, Panuti. Panuti? It's a Pranuti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver.
How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead?
They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to.
First alpacas, now panutis. We're relying on a lot of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat?
Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? So far, Wuklamat is beating Erinville at sighing. Unfortunately for the bingo square.
Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozamauka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tyrol now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several in the water. Kona! Namachi, traveling up the river, I presume? Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. Oh. My friends, it's been... well, not that long. Thancred, Riange, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the studio. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarch, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. Kona's hair is a nice color. Also, it's been a long time since I voiced these 2. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tiliolo spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but is surprisingly... That's quite enough for that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Wuklamat are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back, and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. Smile. Nod, nod. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you would have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats, but I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Erenville, like, that's the most surprised he's been ever. Yet Kona's got magnet boots. Like Link in Twilight Princess. He's just gonna magnet boot directly vertically up the cliff. Or that, or glue, yes, exactly. He's invented spider climb. Leave the handling of the Panuti to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. So this is just the first dungeon then, I think. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my Pictomancer to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Kryl will stand on guard with Sucro. Nod. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. Then I shall endeavor to provide aid where it's needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Group nod. Assuming this is a dungeon. Yeah, alright. Let the hunt begin! I like the mystic slowly smiling as that faded out. Yep. I know of this dungeon because it was in the media tour. So this, of all the dungeons in the expansion, this is the one I know the most about. It looks like we explicitly don't get to bring Alize, yeah. Oh, it's Warrior Thancred again. He's back. We'll take this smaller boat to board the big vessel with the Panuti. Kona decided the river route was too risky, but I wonder how the other claimants are planning to travel. Yeah, Warcred is... Someone else said Warcred exactly, I think.
last time Warcred showed up. Thancred Woods. Ah, the elemental Thancreds. This should be a good opportunity for you to see how far my training has progressed. As Kona said, once we're on the boat, there will be little room to fight and nowhere to run. We must be prepared for all manner of threats. Water, wood, metal, fire, earth, and wind, I believe, would be the elements of that set, yes? We can't stand here all day debating the dangers ahead. We have a contest to win.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
So there's, okay, we can see here. Alphino's looking sad a little bit now that I think about it. Alphino can be DPS, and Wuklamot can be DPS. Her class is Intrepid. I'm curious. I assume it's still the same if I were to say switch to tank. Oh, I don't have a level 51 tank or 91 tank, so I can't do that. I could be healer for this dungeon as well, I suppose. Which would make Alphino DPS Sage, which is funny. I lost track of where Scholar was. Yeah. DPS Sage. That's silly. It's way better? Interesting. I was considering playing as Scholar for the MSQ. I might still consider it in the future. However, before we do the dungeon, as I often do before a dungeon, I'm gonna do this. And this time, since we have relatively we have like one extra person here, why not do the thing? Why not? People probably enjoy the funny game. So, yeah.
Here we go. So they're finally here, performing for you. If you know the words, you can join in too. Put your hands together, if you want to clap, as we take you through this monkey rap. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well. He's finally back, to kick some tail. His coconut gun can fire in spurts. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. Boom. He's larger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first member of the DK. Taking no hits, so robbing past us. Donkey Kong. Son to the father to the maker. There's a method to know no highway easy up the pace. This Kong's got style. So listen up, dude. Throttle to the finish, keeping up the pace. Shrink in size to suit her mood. She's quick and nimble. When she needs to be, she can float through the air and climb up trees. If you choose her, you'll not choose wrong. Do anything with a skip and chaos. She's throttle to the finish. Kong. Keeping up the pace. Huh? What? DK. Donkey Kong. Throttle to the finish. 30,000 cats to solve the cat's problems. He has no brains. The cat's going rotten. This Kong. Yeah, 30,000 cats to solve the cat's problems. He needs to. Chaos. CTH to the LICO cats to rise out. Say words faster. CTH to the LICO cats to rise up. Say words faster. CTH to the LICO cats to rise up. Say words faster. CTH to the LICO cats to rise up. Say words faster. CTH to the LICO cats to rise up. Say words faster. CTH to the LICO cats to rise up. Say words faster. CTH to the LICO cats to rise up. Say words faster. CTH to the LICO cats to rise up. And say words faster. Rise up and raise the iron roof off now. Fly real high and riot till the bomb drops back on. Rise up with his paternal right to sound off. He's one tough rise with me. Rise with me. He'll make you smile.
Okay,
rise with place. Rise with me. Rise with me. Rise with me. Cause he's after you. Rise with me. Rise with me. D. Rise with me. K. Donkey Kong. Me. Huh? Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a Kremlin cry out for mummy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one heck of a guy. Come on Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial? Grapes, melons, oranges, the entirety of the Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward, and also the Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on play time? Sign up and enjoy Erzia today.
Well, thank you for petting Calico. Can I trust you all to not redeem the remaining 9999 redeems during the dungeon? Or do we have to get all of those out of our system right this second? Don't make me turn this boat around! Alright. Well, I can trust somebody. Well, actually, no, it's duty support, not the trust system yet. So, to address stuff that was said earlier, apparently the duty support is like way better. The AI is better. They can handle polls now. That's ridiculous. I don't know what that means I should do. Should I pull everything as DPS now? That's weird. Can I jump on this boat? No. Well.
Let's get to it.
Would be a pleasure as always.
I won't let you down.
I guess that's the first time we've heard a Kryl quote here.
I won't let you down.
Would be a pleasure. Would be a pleasure as always.
Okay. I think Twould be is competing with Ow Ow for the funniest spammable one. This might be a dungeon where I experiment with the AI and see what happens. Like, I might just sprint ahead and hit everything. Be like, haha, I'm a cat. Solve my maze, or whatever. Anyway. Ikokatumu. But yeah, I know at least some of this dungeon as a result of the media tour and such. The manatees are very powerful, apparently. I'm doing my best to pronounce stuff, generally. Ruklamat's tank stance is called Raging Ronik. We probably knew that already. This river is endless until I step forward. I assume. There was a boat like ours up ahead. Could be Zoralja or... Oh gods, is it Bakul Jaja? Forget who else is on the river right now. We have company. So much for a tranquil boat ride. Time to show off my brush strokes. I've already messed it up. Oh well. Yep. I have a combo after that now.
I have you.
Oh no, the duty support doesn't actually have portraits. We're speculating and saying that they should, and what they would be like, I think. I wish they did.
We mustn't hold back.
Is that a new Alphino thing to say? I don't remember him saying that before. It's funny that I don't have Ouroboros yet, so I don't have the finisher to that. Oops. God. I'm losing track of all of the Viper weaving already. By the way, Wuklamat versus a bird I don't think counts unless it's in a cutscene for the bingo square. I'll consider it if there's a boss fight. We're in from some range, it seems. Like if she has a reaction to a boss fight. That is Bakul Jaja ahead of us. Be ready for anything. More difficult to do voice acting on demand also. Yes, come closer. We have something for you. A gift, courtesy of the blessed siblings. Scheming bastard. Right, I also need to pay attention to positionals now that I can do that. I forgot. I'm used to not. Melee DPS is really a struggle for me, I think. I'm not used to it more than any other role. We'll see if I decide to just stay with it for the like or not. For the whole thing or not. Gah, this is not going to plan. We'll just have to improvise. But cool, Jaja, are you using the limit break over there? The harness. Afraid of a fair fight? Heal upriver if you'll make it that far. He's broken the boat. Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. He just like zooped dead.
Erenville, we're losing speed!
The harness is broken. I'm sorry, but
We'll have to pull over to the bank.
speaking of manatees, see if there's a route overland. We'll try up and catch up to you. Not all of these aren't being displayed. These are in general and not event for some reason. We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs. Also, with Sun. The way I've described Viper recently is that people always say Gunbreaker feels like a DPS, and Viper is the DPS that Gunbreaker feels like retroactively. Prime Punuti.
It's the mother of all Panuti! It's huge!
Okay. And now, this theme, like in its actual context.
Are you all right?
Oh, those are ads, like actual. Jeez, alright. So, such monstrous lungs that creature had. So I saw a little bit of the dungeon bosses and stuff because of the media tour, and I did notice that they were a lot. People are still gonna say they're easy peasy, especially because some guy did this without a healer or whatever, but this is making me reconsider Viper already. I almost died, like, and that would have been fine to die in the fight blind when it's that much a lot. But I was definitely like panicking and looking at my bars a lot. Yeah, the only things I know about that guy is he's like a savage raider and he's like full of himself probably. I think I heard he was full of himself. I don't actually know anything about him. And he was a warrior. And warriors do everything without any help, so... I actually never mentioned it, like, that video is one of the many straws that convinced some people to try and do a healer strike. And I don't think that's actually really going anywhere. Because people are saying that healers feel unnecessary. Some manner of mineshaft? Whatever it is, the path leads onwards. Healers feel unnecessary and or are really boring to play, etc. And like, I think a lot of their complaints are valid criticisms. But also there's a lot of like backlash from people against the strike, and I have no idea how that's going right now, but it's probably not really going, if I had to guess. Let me double check anything else that happened during that boss fight. Manusia Reflex? I forget what that is. I nearly died. I didn't know what to do during the 1 million AoEs on the ground. I'm wondering if I would be more comfortable playing Dawntrail as another job though. Just because of the apparent difficulty of the dungeons is higher than I expected. I don't remember that boss fight like at all, apparently. Anyway. Vuklamat! I'm a cat. Lamau. Here I go. Bad ideas time. What's up? What's up? Help. Okay, they are running forward. I'm gonna have trouble reading anything at all while I'm fighting with Viper. Maybe Pictomancer to make use of range and safety. I think if you mean like in regards to me playing as it, I think if I wanted to play as something that was more comfortable to me, I would pick Machinist maybe, even though that's also a lot of button pressing, or Summoner maybe, or Scholar maybe. Like Scholar I'm not super comfortable with, but I would like to get more comfortable with it. I would be more comfortable as a Sage, but leveling that would not be wise. I'm stuck in the brain prison of I want to level the thing that I need to level for my retainers that I made entirely summoners. We have the ability to climb ladders in this game now. This is previously unknown technology. What strange happenstance? Had some misfortune befallen thy vessel? Apologies, friends. It seems you'll be taking the long way around. We'll have to find another route. Warrior or paladin also, maybe. Thankard, your plan would have been perfect in a regular dungeon that is a straight line. Unfortunately, this dungeon is like a straight line that you made it. Oh right, this. The Mimiclots. There is now an evil Sucro. I saw this in the stuff. Evil zombie Sucro slime is here. Oh, they're done. I don't know why Evil Sucro was larger. Also, Wuklamat said, "What's going on?" And Alphino said, "They've copied our forms" at some point. Alphino said, "Such cheek" in response to Thancred. It's funny how right now it's really funny how right now with the level I'm at of Viper, Reawaken is one of the more chill parts of the rotation, because that will not stay the case. Also, I just realized that the ladders become functional when the enemies are defeated inexplicably. Green is just larger? Well, in Magic, I guess that's true. I think the largest... The slime was larger before imitating people. I think the largest slime simply assumed the form of Sucro either coincidentally or because Sucro is the most powerful. Drowsy, smiley face. We can't simply sneak by, can we? Not likely. Okay, I'm gonna try though. Wuklamat, no! I really did try. Drowsy dance. They're coming from below. Watering the seeds with ether. Invigorates the roots. Okay. Watch where the roots are facing. Wait, what? I can't watch anything. I'm watching my hotbars.
You'll not escape this.
Oh, you made more of these. Okay, now the green one is Alphino, so it's not predetermined. Well, there goes my... Wait, no, Reawakening doesn't drop from that. Warrior seemed like more lenient from what they said of the changes, but I am not the expert on that job by any means. I think I remember them saying they got more healing. We've emerged somewhere upriver. Then let's press on. Press on. Orb? No.
Mustn't hold back.
Yeah, I can't read the chat while I'm fighting anything, it turns out. Which is very funny. Dang. This place is very pretty. Also, Wuklamat said, "Gods below, what was that?" in response to the boss of the dungeon. And Alphino speculated some kind of biofilm. It does seem like the ranged combo thing that you need resources for is a good option to use. Like, it wasn't clear before release if that was just for like when you needed to use range or if it was like an actual DPS increase. It seems like it's an actual DPS increase. At least as far as I can tell. I'm no expert. But that was worth pointing out. People have said that Viper is like the easiest melee DPS job in the game already. Because of course they did. People say that about like everything probably. But it's fairly reasonably put together, I will say. Like it's once you figure out how to put it on your bar, it makes a lot of sense, but it does have a lot of button pushing and panic involved in it so far. So like in some ways it's easy, in other ways it's not easy, I would say. Anyway, this doesn't count for the Final Fantasy IX enemy, or Final Fantasy IX character XP bingo square, for reasons I've explained previously. But this is an enemy from Final Fantasy IX. But yeah, I would describe Viper as, like I mentioned, the DPS that Gunbreaker plays like, or a slightly different and not quite as accurate feeling way of describing it, or like how I perceived it before playing it, was like Melee Machinist, which is a little bit true still, I think. You know, I'm gonna focus target like a party member instead. Yeah, there's a lot of weaving. I've even gotten most of the weaving yet. There's normally weaving in between every step of awakening also, like continuation.
Now I'll show you.
What? Huh? I only sort of understand anything. Oops. God. Oh wait, I have a limit break. I'm dumb. I forgot. I forgot I was the limit break person. I never play melee. Yay. I don't mean I'm dumb in that way. One or more party members have yet to complete this duty. I wish second chance... Well, I mean, second chance points maybe arguably do apply to the party members. Wow, I got a red mage weapon. Alright. Oh, right. Alright, fair enough. How many gear did I get for myself? None of it matters because I'm full augmented credendum. Except for one ring, which is regular credendum. Well, I'm glad everyone thinks I did a good job, but I was concerned. Alright, let's see. I got the chest piece of scouting. Nope, not my style. I got that because you get a guaranteed one. So, scrolling. Muklamat said, my axe for a giant boot at some point. Necklace of healing, bracelet of aiming. I did technically get a bracelet, so that's one non-guaranteed scouting or Viper relevant thing. Breaches of healing was the first, no, that was the second boss fight, I think, maybe? Yeah, that was the second one. And earring of slaying, so that's wrong. So I got sandals of healing. So I got a couple healing things, a slaying, an aiming, which is technically correct, and the guaranteed scouting, and a red mage weapon. So basically, I got one non-guaranteed relevant drop. What do you think, Alphino? What do you think, Wuklamat? That's the biggest bug I've ever seen. What do you think, Alphino? Well, Kona has gotten ahead of us now. What do you think, Kryol? I hope Alice and Erinville are alright. I don't think any of that stuff is relevant, though. Like, none of it's actually relevant. Oh, this is the pile of dead cats over here. It might be interesting to try other jobs and stuff as I go through just to see what it's like without necessarily like committing to sticking to one at any point.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
I will say, Wuklamat is so excited. I will say that Viper was kind of stressful, but also kind of fun, so I don't really know yet. I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug by the Yakuoi in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. Weird auto-advancing texts. While I appreciate the lesson, O wise guide, are we landing this boat anytime soon? Automated, not voiced dialogue that I can't not skip. Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. This feels like it should be voiced, but it's not. Oh, that's a nice view. Wuklamat cannot look ahead right now. She's not having a good time. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. It's not directed like it's voiced? Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. Ooh. I like the blue trees. And then Wuklamat died. No, no more boats. Are you... Oh, you're not all right. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Or respite. I never know that one. Have you the strength for a short walk, Wuklamat? We can rest along the way, too. Damn it all. Promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Wuklamat. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well, but if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But, Kyle, Everyone's allowed to be weak sometimes, or leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. What would Sucrose say? I don't know, but the second one seems like the better option in the moment. Leaders have gotta rely on others too. Can't lead all by yourself. You as well, Sucro. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Nod. 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 GDI? No, it's not again. That's a joke for me only. Maybe someone else. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Nod. GDI and Nod were the opposing factions in Command and Conquer, in case you weren't aware. So where the heck are we? Oh, we're in Kozamauka again, but like the other part of it.
I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up with the others. Wow. What else can I say about this area other than that? Is this the trail? We're on a road. I can't help but notice. Oh, hush you. Yeah, I know. I just decided in that moment to obliterate them, I guess. I've run past enemies before. I was thinking that too. It's funny to like some random wildlife gets mad at Sucro and she just goes absolutely bonkers on them. This seems a cozy spot for Wuklamat to let her guard down. I know it can't be easy for her. It's funny, I feel like this is a slight miss in the people vanish around quest NPCs feature. When you're talking to like adjacent NPCs, everyone fades back in. This side of the region is so different from where the Hanu live. The striking colors of the vegetation alone. Well, now that I've decided to share, I feel so nervous. This place is called Many Fires for the constant stream of peddlers and travelers who make camp here after climbing the stairs. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our Punishing River adventure. Something really funny about Punishing River adventure. Like, that sounds like a generated... That's like an automatically generated video game title for the Atari or the NES or something. Then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire and there's meal preparation to be done. Punishing River Adventure. Yeah, this is also a Toho print work. That's true.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
Alize, it's exactly like being adopted by anyone else except the person who's adopting you as royalty? Probably? Well, that might be assuming a bit much.
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace.
A ball of fuzz, huh?
All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel.
Okay, that's
But
Brash.
I've never bothered to return there.
Brash. So that's how you say something with AAX is Ash. I'm trying to commit this to memory. It won't work. I won't remember it by the time I need to say it again.
As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
Does Gulul Jaja count as two parents or one parent?
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either.
Oh, intriguing. Also, I don't think we knew much about Kryle's situation here.
For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
Show me a picture of Galuf. I need pictures of Spider-Man. I mean Galuf. For the bingo.
So our situations were quite similar.
Sucro also is vaguely relevant to this conversation, having never really known her father. One person who is two people, that's fair. So technically, either would be accurate, either one or two parents. And yeah, that's true. Not.
Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue.
My other OC idea that I mentioned earlier, Yuki, would also resonate with that line in the conversation, considering her whole story is born in Suino Sato. People stopped paying attention to her for 5 minutes and she wandered out of the water bubble. I still think that's a good idea. Anyway, maybe that'll be relevant someday, maybe not. Who knows?
I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding. But the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal.
Aw.
I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though.
Okay, fair.
He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died.
We're learning a bit more about how having a two-headed Mamolja parent is like, I guess, here.
Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise.
Erenville, you're allowed to sit down at the table, you know.
For all the good it did.
Erenville, are you, like, metaphorically distancing yourself from having to tell us about what your freaking deal is? I think he is. I think that's why he's standing over there, away from the conversation about stuff, about people.
There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything.
I mean, I guess he's also a bit awkward, yeah.
I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people.
Wuklamat, as someone who is, I guess, probably also sheltered, allow me to say that it's very important that you recognize that you don't know everything. This is a fault that, like, most of the other contestants have demonstrated so far. They only understand their point of view and only think that their point of view and beliefs are relevant. Well, Kona is better about that a little bit, but he's also like, tradition is dumb. I'm gonna build a robot or whatever. I'm gonna build a robot to replace tradition with a robot. And by a robot, I mean a mystery liquid. We don't need tradition when I can pour mystery liquid into the water and make the crops grow. He literally said, we don't need to carry the ritual item anymore. It's too heavy. I'm just gonna grow the crops with my science water. Anyway. Kona is by far the most reasonable of the remaining contestants after Wuklamat, though. So far, anyway.
I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Wuklamat, you're the one who has heart. You can't measure your worth by the success of others. I can say this again, or why do you want the throne? We know why she wants the throne. Remember, Remember earlier, can't measure your worth by the success of others.
Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean? I think I see what you're saying.
What do you mean by that? What you wanted to do with Wuklamat? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Did you mean what they wanted to do with Wuklamat? Like, story-wise? I'm confused.
My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers.
Oh. Okay. It just sounds vague and concerning when you're like, I realized what I wanted to do with this person. Is all.
It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something.
Like, that's the kind of thing someone would say when they're like, this is when I realized I wanted to murder her. Or, you know. Which would be a weird time to realize that if you were that sort of person, but hey, I don't know about murderers.
To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
God dang it, Cryo! I didn't realize that until you said it. She said here she'll think. Cryo, did you even realize that you did that? That's very funny, actually.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool.
My opinion of Wuklamat this whole time is that she's good. And a goofball. And, like, I very easily recognized what she has that the other contenders lack in this case. But I think, like, the optimal solution to this would be, like, realizing that we don't need just one ruler and we need, like, a few more people. Have I been getting stellar predictions? Did you mean me saying that Wuklamat was good? That's not really a prediction.
From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses.
I basically immediately forget about predictions that I make unless I harp on them incessantly, like when I was insisting that someone was Oshan the Wanderer, for example.
Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali.
Hell yeah. And alright, fair enough. Smile, nod.
It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making.
She's going to blaze a trail of some kind towards some sort of sunrise?
I will find a city of gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I forget if you pointed that out when it did come to pass. My memory is not so good. But there have definitely been a few things here and there that I predicted too well. Daniel firing a laser at the moon. That sounds like something I would joke about more than predict. Like, the one thing I remember is immediately realizing who Derek was. Like I just mentioned a second ago. There's probably other predictions that I made that came true.
I appreciate it, Wooklamat. But you needn't take on that burden as well.
I guess I could mention some other pre-release theorizing that I did, like that one lady at the top of the poster is Altima. But, you know, I don't remember exactly all of the reasons I came to that conclusion. But I think that was my conclusion for several reasons.
His life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation.
Part of the reason I came to that conclusion was, like, people were pointing out the glyphs in the Arcadian art as being similar. And I also made some other connections that I can probably find if I search a chat log for a second. Not that she's even anywhere on screen right now. Oh, right. It's because a lot of her design elements resemble those of Ultima the High Seraph. She's got, like, a similar color scheme and, like, wing-like parts and, like, a weird thing on her belt that is, like, a similar shape to Ultima. But that's, like, way unrelated to anything that's happening right now. I got derailed, so.
So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
I'm sure we'll be enjoying the journey just fine until at least halfway through, in which something will happen. I know that we'll be shot at some point, because I did see the launch trailer in Japanese and not English. Eventually, someone will fire a gun at me, instead of me firing a gun at them. An event will take place, that's right.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
It'd be even better if we could recruit the rest of our companions with other talents.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
I was thinking that when you said several things will happen. I was like, in sequence? And then you followed up with that. Aaronville, you're our friend too. Get over here. Drink your soup? What? These are large mugs, now that I look at them. No! I hope Sucro doesn't get shot in the back. Aaronville smiled. If Sucro gets shot, I'll cry. Meanwhile, in the second Promises camp. If Sucro ever dies, like, for real, I'll uninstall my computer.
Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Wow, you have good hearing, and also you're very close by.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Sucro looks over here and sees Kono reading a book, and immediately her ears perk up. She's like, "Book cat? I'm that. I read book. I'm cat. I know this." Sucro runs over to Kono at 90 miles per hour to demand to know what he's reading. He shows her the cover of the book, and it just says science on it in large font. This is the sort of thing I think about. I guess. It would be, in some capacity, very funny if the funny haha Good Times Vacation expansion is where the Warrior of Light died. Though, to be honest.
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it.
Maybe it's just because it's been so long since I've heard Thancred speak, but it sounded weird for a second.
Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Yeah, this is Thancred. I just said this is Thancred without thinking. Dramatic book shutting.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Bardessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us.
I heard she was a cat.
Not that I've any intention of bowing out.
Are you cooking up some science over here?
Pacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start.
I want to see Kona interact with Loporitz. He's going to be like, all right, time to get some Sharlayan innovations happening. Bring me your top scientists, and then Funny Rabbits will march into the room. And he will have no response prepared for this.
I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach.
Stop it! Thancred! He literally overheard that from Krylo. Also, yeah, exactly. Kona and Loporitz, when I was saying that, I was thinking of the space exploration. Yes! Puddingway! Bring forth Puddingway! God damn it, Thancred. Questioning head tilt.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
You know, that's a good point. I forgot about the seal already. There was a seal.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
Ah. So one of the jerks can, like, run up and punch everyone and yoink them and slam dunk them into the seal. I see. I think everyone's voice acting is better, yeah. Right, the seal in the City of Gold. That implies that this is going to keep happening, so I'll keep an eye out for Hear, Feel, Think.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Angry Thancred. Meanwhile, with the first promise... Wow, really? Didn't expect that. Wow, you get a house and everything.
Your
Thinking
rivals
about
still
war.
lag behind.
I like war a lot. War is important. All of these people forgot what war is, and that makes me sad.
The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you.
I like war and yes men, and that's it.
How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant.
Such titles mean nothing.
Only war means anything. I like war. Have you heard about this?
I neglected to mention.
Maybe he has
When
more
I first heard
character
the
traits than
the
that.
contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing.
The city was made of gold. It was very shiny.
Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history.
Okay.
If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it.
Okay, so you're the final boss then. Got it. Understood. You're the real villain. You're behind everything, Surreal Jha. You're the actual, you're the evil scheming chancellor, man. There's always one of them somewhere. Not like actually a chancellor, but fulfilling the role of a chancellor. You're saying you're the first person to have said, I want the power. Evil! Put a giant arrow above his head. Bad guy! Wow, okay then. The first person to say, I want the power in a fantasy video game. Often not to be trusted.
Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all.
I don't know what you mean by that. I think by the useless tool is cast aside, you are referring to yourself in a way, but you might secretly also mean the other person in the room as a useless tool for you, and you're also mentioning your plan. I am so suspicious of you immediately. You said you want the power.
And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
Also, you are planning something that involves suffering no matter what? Yeah, Surreal Jha is the real evil guy. Alright.
In battle, everyone bleeds.
Oh, shut up.
The Dawn's promise is no exception.
God dang it, Surreal Jha. Everyone bleeds in war, which is good. Because people will forget what bleeding is like if they don't bleed. And that's bad. Ah. I'm really harping on these two for some
What
reason.
better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
I have to tell everyone that war is bad by making them do war. My plan is genius. Evil wizard smile. Well, earlier with Bakul Jaja, I wish there was just like a 1 second cut of Bakul Jaja being dead on the ground and then like it cut back away.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all.
Bakul Jaja is the person who posts didn't expect weak foe after every boss fight in Elden Ring, and nobody likes him. That's who you are. You're the person who was leaving that after every boss fight I struggled with. And every boss fight that I didn't struggle with. Every boss fight. Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if the house cat is dead yet.
Also, it's interesting that this is like, people have not often referred to Mikote as cats or kittens or house cats but Bakul Jaja is referring to Wuklamat by such things constantly.
Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
I am the obviously evil one, in contrast to the slightly less obviously evil one. And his evil wizard, who's the real evil guy.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
I kill everyone, cause it's funny.
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that?
God, Bakul Jaja, go stick both of your heads in the sand at the same time. Please.
We care only about the contest and proving our superiority.
That's dumb. You're dumb. Stop it. Why is everyone so dumb? God.
That would surely please Mother and Father.
Oh wait, no, you do have a motivation. Hold on. What's your motivation?
Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city.
So you actually, like,
Fine idea. Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle.
He has the depth of, like, a slightly unusually deep puddle. So far.
Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
But in the natural order, 2 goes after 1. That's how you count. Don't you know anything?
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone.
Is this the part where Bakul Jaja kills one of his minions in a cutscene to show how villainous he is? Because his minion is weak.
I was done for when I fell from the boat, yet somehow I made it.
Time until, yeah, exactly. Time until this guy gets killed for being weak, like, minutes.
Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
Dead.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind.
My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind. I'm begging you.
Okay, he's not getting killed, he's just being left behind. He might survive. I can't believe Hoopayo Lancer will survive to become a traitor and one of our greatest allies later. That specific line is very familiar for some reason. For some reason, I'm unable to place exactly what that line is. I'm glad we could take a moment to talk things through. Wuklamat seems much happier for it. Right, Ardbert. Yes, of course. It is good to see Wuklamat more sure of herself. It doesn't matter if Wuklamat's scared of alpacas or gets sick on boats. It doesn't change who she is or what she means to her people. I have some small experiences with the pressures of leadership, and crumbling beneath its weight, as you well know. If anything can be said to have come of my failures, I hope it's my capacity to help others avoid similar mistakes. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief, it's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better. I will be better. For myself and for my people. You may now enter the dungeon with a party of NPC avatars. One thing I happened to inadvertently learn by glancing at Reddit when I maybe shouldn't. You should never glance at Reddit, actually. Is that You know how like people have trust outfits that they unlock when you level their trust avatars up enough? For Dawntrail, I know what those are. Pause in case nobody wants to hear this. It's like swimwear. Of course it is. I sighed internally and externally when I learned this fact. I've never leveled up trusts, and I'm not gonna start, probably. That said, I was also, one of the things I was most worried about with Dawntrail would be like a mandatory beach episode moment in Dawntrail or any of the Point X patches where I'd be forced to wear swimwear. Do not make Sucro wear swimwear or I'll die. I'm glad there isn't one in the MSQ, but that still leaves the follow-up patches. Yeah, Unicorn Overlord was really interesting to me because I miss Ogre Battle 64 a lot of the time. But I did see some of the character designs and just say, nah. But yeah, the way the trust glamours work is when you get them to like a new level cap, they unlock an extra outfit. You can see it in, if you go to Trust, you can see like here, glamour, glamour, glamour. Glamour 1, 2, 3. So Kryl has 2, Graha has... Right, I already have Graha's because he shows up at 80, so like he can be Graha or Crystal Exarch. I think his third one is probably like his original outfit, and now I assume that the fourth one is going to be swimwear for everybody. The example in question I saw was just Stola. Because of course it was. Zero isn't part of the trust system at all. So no. And Reen only gets 1 because she's only usable as a trust character in Shadowbringers. I think her other one is just her with blonde hair. But yeah, Zero isn't here at all. She's in duty support, but not trust. It's a different system for some reason. Trust is just sort of like a random, unnecessary, extraneous system for if you want to level up versions of these people, I guess. I don't understand why trust exists, to be honest. Wait, Zero is in the system? But only in the dungeon she's in. Wait, really? Oh yeah, there she is. She doesn't have an outfit. That's weird. She doesn't have an outfit and she can't level up and she starts at 90. I do remember it in 11. So okay, she is there, but she... for no reason. Considering the entire point of this system is... I don't know, it's really weird. Like, I've not really used it much. If I ever want to run a dungeon with NPCs, I just do duty support. Anyway. Oh, we're at level 92. But that said, did I attune? Also, of course, one of the responses to that image that I mentioned was, well, I guess I have to do trust now. Because people are desperate, I guess? I don't mean to judge people so much, but it's irritating to me. But anyway, speaking of Unicorn Overlord for a second, it does seem like the character art would be a problem for me. But also, Ogre Battle 64 is something that I'd be really interested in going back to and streaming at some point. Because it's been a really long time since I played that, and I want to see how well it holds up. And I remember liking it. Oh, I got an achievement. I made it to like an achievement milestone part of the scenario. On the trail. But yeah, I think this is probably a reasonable place to stop before I start complaining about people too much more. For wanting to see people in swimsuits. Which is, I guess, completely fine. But it's completely fine for them. I just wish they weren't yelling about it all the time. But anyway, I'm going to stop, but also I want to show one other thing before I do. But it will require me to log out. I said I would show this before, and then I forgot. It's important. Right, over here. I think it's been like 5 million years since the going to sleep animation has been on stream as well. Sucro, take a nap. She deserves it. Ah! Jump scare. Anyway. Imagine going to sleep and then immediately being blasted with the Dawntrail title theme at high volume. Anyway, the thing I need to show you is Yuki. I don't need to show you Yuki, but you can look at her. The thing I need to show you is Aura female voice type 4 cheer. She's boosting in Mario Kart, I tell you. Funky Kong behavior. Aura female voice 4 is one I've never heard anyone talk about, and I think it's severely underrated. The graphical update was good for Sucro, I think. See? Nobody talks about this voice. Listen to her funny laughter. The tiniest, gremlinest laughing. Also, if you were aware of any funny meme gnome noises, that getting hit sound effect sounds like a noise that a funny meme gnome would make. This one. So if I ever have any reason to make another character, I think Yuki here is probable. But while we're at character creation, first of all, right click, save appearance. I think I have, I'll just save Sucro again, just in case. First of all, while we're here, we can look at Sucro close up. I think there are, wait, I have an image for this. There are some notable differences in Sucro compared to before, but I think she still looks like Sucro. I made a GIF of this. Let me see if I can find it. Sucro become HD.gif. There we are. So you can see some differences here. Her eyes look a little bit wider in 7.0, and like some of her face shape and stuff seems like it's a little bit different. Her eyebrows seem slightly like raised and more highlighted, or like more noticeable. The only real obvious difference is that the scar on her nose moves for some reason, which I find to be interesting. She looks weathered by the years. Maybe. The reason that she looks weathered by the years is my secret ingredient for character creation. Probably. If we'll find it. Yeah. So my secret is that she has the dirt face paint, but like very like in a tone that's very similar to her face, so she just looks like she doesn't have perfect skin. That's my cool character secret that I like to do a lot. Like, this is her without it. And then this is important to me. Because like the perfectness of skin is not realistic, at least in my experience. But yeah, I think Sucro looks good with the graphics update. I like this outfit a lot that I made as well. This is a good example of a piece of equipment that works really well with the two dyes, because normally the sleeves cannot be dyed, but I made them white. And then like the bandana and the glasses with the face wear works really well, I think. Also, while we're here, I guess I should mention female Hrothgar exist, as we know. This was the one I made in the benchmark. Oh yeah, also, you can change the lighting here. She looks very sad. I don't know why she is so sad, but she is here. What's the queue like right now? Not too bad. It's kind of like very anti having alts in some ways. In my case, I've just become so attached to Sucro that I can't imagine reasons to play as anyone else except as a funny bit. Because there have been times when I'm like, what if I half-jokingly tried to do speedruns of Realm Reborn or something, and then I immediately looked that up and like, oh, people do that for real. But like, what if I tried it as a bit instead of doing it for real? Sucro woke up. Her nap was very short. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But there's a couple other things. While we're talking about the graphics update, since not everyone was here for this. Oh, also this is the outfit I used for Pictomancer, I guess. Over here. With this silly brush. Oh yeah, I did see that. Seeing a piece of my soul in high definition. Sometimes I say things that are... I don't know, is that profound? It might be profound. While we're here, since not everyone is here for this, allow me to tell you about some of the funniest examples of having two dyes on equipment. The one that made me frown was Zidaane's gloves here. Because this happens with sort of any equipment where the first dye slot, previously the only one, already altered the entire piece. So as you can see, the first dye slot already changes everything. When I originally made this outfit, I wanted to make the glove part round. So let's see what the second dye slot, it's the fringe. It's only this fringe right here. Some of the double die things are very funny. This is a very funny one. Also, this hat's ridiculous. The other very funny one that I can think of is, once I find it in this pile of stuff that I never use again, is... It's very difficult to find things. The adventurer's sweater. This is another one where the entire thing is changed already by the first die slot. So what's the second die slot do? That's right, it's the tassel on the metallic piece, and that's it. This is the other very funny one, I think. But yeah, like, in games where you can't do everything on one character, I'll absolutely have alts. Which is why if I ever decide to suddenly actually cover all of Guild Wars 2, for example, committing to playing all of Guild Wars 2 with one character is not easy, because in that's a game where I constantly go like, but I want to try something else. And then that's why none of my characters have done the entire story. I mean, I haven't played it in a while, so there's a bunch of story beyond where I stopped. But also, like, everyone's done, like, a patch of story or something. And not, like, literally a patch of the game, but, like, a section. But yeah, it's, like, alt trivial. That's true. The only character I don't have at max level is a rogue, because I deleted my rogue with the intention of playing the game on stream as a rogue, and then I decided later I didn't want to do that. I mean, wait, thief, not rogue. Interchangeable words that are not always the same. But yeah, this hat with these glasses doesn't really work. Oh, which also reminds me. There was something else. So, I think it's really cool that these glasses have like the tortoiseshell pattern here. That's not the right menu. Also in this lighting, Sucro looks like she's zoning out a lot right now, actually. But this isn't the only unique version of the classic spectacles available in the faceware slot. There are other ones. Like, this one is shiny, which isn't super unique, but it is like shiny. But like the main one I saw someone mention was the gray classic spectacles, which are clear frames, which is unique as an option. That was not previously possible. So yeah, there are clear frame glasses and also tortoiseshell ones. Sucro, you look dazed. It's the lighting, really. I can't wait for the Allegan tombstone of microplastics. That's not how those work, but the tortoiseshell ones are really good. I don't think any of the other glasses types have any super standout weird ones. They're not really weird, but different. I don't think so, anyway. Of course, they made faceware of this pair of glasses, which I've never seen anyone wear, probably. Has anyone ever used this pair of glasses before? Someone has. I've considered it. But mostly because it looks like a funny mask instead of glasses to me. So anyway. That was a bunch of random miscellaneous stuff after I stopped the story for like 20 minutes or something. And that being said, I guess that's probably it for today. Oh wait. I have to show you that the draw weapon for the chainsaw swords is really good again. There we go. It's also funny because you can see the chainsaw blades stop for a second. like after the draw animation completes. Stop. Go. It's funny. Just a weird little detail. Anyway. Thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. Dawntrail. We made it to MSQ level 92. I may or may not try and stream this more than my usual amounts of times per week because I want to see more of Dawntrail, which I think is understandable, but we'll see. I'm not going to push myself to an unreasonable degree because I do need to like take care of myself and such. But yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. Feel free to go out into the street and yell that people should watch my Twitch channel. Snake care. Ha. Or like however people advertise, because I don't freaking know. And yeah. Good night, everyone.